Hello, everybody. Hope you're all having a wonderful day so far. I'm doing something a little new today, something I've never done before. I am going to be live viewing some VAD games tonight. So, last Friday on the VTS, we had a really chaotic game too, right? And I was in the green room, and I was talking to the other analysts, and I was saying to them, like, guys, I'm so lost. Like, this game is a mess. There's no rhyme or reason for so much that's going on here. Like, it's just fighting, and I'm having a hard time saying anything meaningful about it. You know, because usually I prefer when the game is slower paced and you can easily track what's going on. Like, there's specific moments that really stand out as game defining, right? But in faster games, it's harder to come up with stuff like that, and it demands more attention if it's a faster game. It demands more attention from the spectator to know exactly what's happening. So, I want to practice that today. I am trying to practice. So, we're going to be following the Crusaders and the... Who else? What's Sonic's team? I forgot their name. The Razorbacks. Crusaders and Razorbacks. Those are my teams. Okay, those are the teams I like. And I picked those teams because we obviously have members of the community playing in them. Now, we can't watch Razorbacks Game 1 because that's on the main Victoris broadcast, and it's a very big no-no to restream games that their channel are streaming. Like, it just makes sense, right? If the league is streaming something, you do not double up on content. This isn't a co-stream. This is just straight up, like, that would straight up just take viewership from them. So, we're only using the games that are not on their stream, which fortunately for us, because there's so many VAD teams, that's 5 games. That's 3 Crusaders games, 2 Razorback games. So we've got a lot of content tonight. A lot of content. We're just waiting for Darian to get home because he gets home, like, at the worst possible moment, you know, like right when his games are starting. We're going to get an invite to that lobby. I have to I mean, does my shoutout command still work? It does. Okay. That's the main broadcast. Because I am using content from their leagues, I am obligated to shout them out. The Victoris League is awesome. Please follow their Twitch and check out the main broadcast. But in the meantime, if you while we're here together, yeah, let's just take things a little differently. I'm not going to be casting. I'm not going to be doing play-by-play of anything. I am just going to be breaking down whatever mess that we get. Now, the VAD is the lowest level of play offered by Victoris, because not only is it, like, around gold elo, but it's also a draft league, so it's, like, one step removed from solo queue, which means the level of chaos we're expecting is perfect, right? That's exactly what we want. How are you doing, Karibo? Good to see you. I'll move this over. But, yeah, it's a bit of a waiting game first. I'm sure the drafts will be really messy. Well, I mean, my drafts were not great this week either, so I wouldn't expect very much down here in the VAD. It's funny hearing the geese outside. Like, they don't come by often, but when they do, they're very, very, very noisy. In the Dodge Timer waiting room. How bad was the lobby? How bad was it? Oh, it's Monday, which means today's my short release day, so I have a new short on YouTube, Twitter, TikTok. Holy fuck, the reception to it on YouTube has been awful. Like, oh my god. There's so many downvotes, and the only comment I got in the first few hours was just someone shitting on it. It's like, yeah, you're reported, idiot. I'm like, what? It was a Yuumi video. I told Yuumi players that they should be taking Baron aggro sometimes. And people did not like that. Like, guys, your champion has untargetability forever. The premise is that a 1 HP Yuumi and a full HP Yuumi are effectively the same in a fight. You don't get hit! You can't get hit! So, I don't know. It's hard for me to shake off comments like that. Like, I know I'm right. Because they have no response. Like, they have no argument against it. They just said, you're dumb and bad. I'm like... But, like, it's hard to not let comments like that get to me, you know? It's frustrating. Twitch was calling Warwick racial slurs, and you were into a garbage matchup. Yep, that's a good dodge. How are you getting the racial slurs already in drafts? Like, nothing's happened yet. Those are the two champions with honor skins. Get my pencil stuck. It's always ADC diff. That's how it be. Even if it's support gap. No, it's not. It's actually ADC gap. The waiting game sucks. I tried to do some of this with the VCS on my own time. I watched VCS finals and I was like thinking the entire time, it's like, okay, VCS is one of the most chaotic regions, really fun to watch. But if I were preparing an analyst desk segment for this game, what would I be highlighting them? They would be like, for the most part, like there was this one in game 1 of the finals where I was going to talk about, like, specifically what Saigon Buffalo did to stabilize, how they were, like, controlling the game, and then very, very, very abruptly, they lost one team fight. Like, they were in a bad spot, and then Gigabyte Marines won the entire game, just instantly. I'm like, oh, well, there goes my analyst prep. Like, what would I talk about? And then, like, I guess the right thing to do on the desk would be to criticize Saigon Buffalo for having, like, that much control and still losing the fight. Like that, but then, like, it sucks that I feel like my analyst desk segments have had such a negative slant lately. Like, I'm supposed to point out mistakes, I'm supposed to point out things that went wrong and how they could be improved, like, without, I don't have any judgment for the players. I'm not criticizing, like, the players, I'm criticizing the action, but I'd still like to find more positive things. So it could be like, you know, good on Gigabyte Marines for finding the window for this fight, like punishing the mistake quickly. Still developing that skill set. That is the point of tonight. Is Sean still live with his Twitch Plays Pokemon stuff? I entered his chat earlier, and my first message was LRA start, just to see what would happen. Because if I could incite chaos, hell yes. Game lobby is full. You're trying your best despite your internet shit. That is so frustrating. I hate bad internet. Beautiful. Like, what comedy? Look at this chat. So this is how we're starting. Legal monopoly in a state that is like 80% mountain and trees. What can you do? Yep, Canada's full of monopolies. So many monopolies. Okay, we have the draft, ladies and gentlemen. Alright, so let's see what they're doing. So, this is Rattlers versus Crusaders. Rattlers have banned Jarvan, Misfortune, Amumu. Don't love the Misfortune ban on blue. It is what it is. And then Crusaders have banned Jinx, Fiddlesticks, and Nunu, which conspicuously leaves up Hecarim and Udyr, and Seraphine, and Yuumi. Yuumi is nerfed, but still potent if you have something else. Excellent Udyr first pick. I think this is one of the most dominant first picks right now. Flexible. It's a flex pick. It's a very strong pick. It has Enchanter synergies. It forces you to, like, Udyr's a hyper tank, so he forces you to actually draft something that can deal with him. So immediately that's a very, very strong B1. You can even go Senna Udyr bot lane. Like, super flexible. So it is an Udyr Hecarim trade, actually. And I haven't seen enough of the new Hecarim to know who wins that trade. Although Hecarim looks very potent. So actually, this is what they did. They very intentionally left up all of those power picks so they could get all of them together. They could get Hecarim and Seraphine. It's basically saying, like, you get one good pick, we get two. So I like the start to this draft. I think. I don't know all the dynamics. Ezreal has crept up into the tier list. Misfortune's banned. Sivir's on the table, but might be about on par with Ezreal now. Don't pick that. Don't pick that. Ah! Okay. So, bot lane loses lane, basically no matter what Crusaders pick now. Looks like Udyr typically beats Hecarim. I shouldn't leak like, we were kind of talking about that in our last draft in VRS, how we didn't necessarily want the Hecarim Udyr trade like that. Because Hecarim has to stay on somebody, and that's where Udyr's Phoenix is potent, right? Oh, cringe! I love it! Yes! Free scale. So Crusaders choose to take free scaling into the Braum. Now, I don't know what VAD's obsession with blind pick Braum is, but they do this a lot. Like, a lot. And it's really, really despicable to me that they're allowed to get away with it. Comfort pick. It's not just the one player, though. It's like the whole league. Everyone's doing it. So, I don't know. Maybe these players like Braum or something? Like, it feels like every time I do VAD content, somebody blind picks Braum. And I just can't fathom it. Like, because, like, he exists for one interaction here, and he loses everything else. It's like silver gold around there. I should keep up with bans. Vex gone, but I don't really know. Yeah, I mean, okay, it's fine. I think you have enough protection for that. So they're actually holding counter pick for Darien. And they're instead choosing to blind pick the Gnar, presuming that... I mean, it actually would be kind of a problem if Camille came out right now, because Sona Seraphine aren't, like, the most protective enchanters. They're not, like... Sona's fine into dive. Isn't Sonic in this game? Prisma, no, this is Darien's team. I can't watch Sonic's game because she's on mainstream. And it's a very, very big no-no to, restream the content that the Victoris channel is using. Okay, blind pick Anivia. Blind pick Anivia into a team that technically doesn't have to run into you. Hecarim has to be melee range, sure. But, I mean, Hecarim plus Enchanter synergies. Plus Anivia ulti cancels. And then Mundo is the answer to Gnar. So, 2 hyper tanks. So Darien must pick an 80 carry here. Because they're not running 2 hyper tanks. Actually, this is something I should have touched on too. We've been running mock drafts in the Flannel esports server, which is becoming public as a study group. I should announce that formally at some point. But we've been doing mock drafts, and I really, really find it uncomfortable when you have Udyr responded to with Seraphine and you try to keep her bot lane. Because Udyr's a hyper tank, requires DPS to punch through. I am a little concerned that they're lacking that now that it has Udyr plus Mundo. So I think Crusaders might have... Yeah, I should have thought of that. Fuck, this is like the practical application I was learning right now. But it's okay, because you have to make the mistake a few times before it really sinks in, right? So yeah, it's Udyr responded to by Hecarim Seraphine. Looks like a power pick thing, but can pinch you in draft if you're inflexible with the Seraphine, which they ended up being by taking the Sona counter pick. So Cassio doesn't work here. Oh, it's a Vel'Koz game.
Who dares defy my
Oh,
will?
no, Darien should be R5 Vel'Koz. Yeah, that would do it. That would be good to know. He doesn't even appear here. Does he appear here? He appears here in support. I mean, is it a Velcos game? Because once you lock the Gnar... Actually, yeah, because... Well, it's time to figure out what's more broken. Just Udyr in general, or Hecarim with Enchanter synergies. I guess that's kind of what this boils down to, right? Maybe Hecarim is the DPS that they need to punch through Udyr Mundo. Because, I mean, what was I stuck with? I was stuck with Seraphine Trundle. Because the draft game that we play, basically, we're given bands, a B1, an R1, and an R2. And everyone gets that, and then, like, 4 or 5 different people go off in their own direction with B2, B3, and I have to answer 3. And so I've been stuck in, like, 4 or 5 different drafts with Trundle Seraphine.
Okay, see if I care.
And that wasn't super comfortable, even though Trundle, like, statistically matches up fine into Udyr and could be the tank buster that they need. The reason it's concerning is because Udyr's more of a health stacking tank, right? So no, I don't love the way that Crusaders finished their draft, but their bot lane is so hard winning that it might not matter when they have a jungler that synergizes so well with the bot lane. That's kind of my hope. Yeah, I'm a little concerned. I mean, because what could it be? It could be... I mean, how's the Anivia Seraphine matchup? How is the Anivia Seraphine matchup? Because maybe Darian should have just taken Seraphine and they could have drafted, like, Jinx. The wave clear is so poor on blue that they actually might have been able to get away with Vayne. Okay. I mean, yeah, I don't love the outcome of this. We've got to wait for... I mean, actually, who's playing? Yeah, I know Darian and Becky. These are the 2 players I'm, like, really, really rooting for. Seems to be very Anivia favored versus Seraphine. Ah, shoot. That sucks. I guess Seraphine's mid's big weakness is like the 10-second Q cooldown. And that's most of what she has for interaction. Yeah. Although, I'm sure there's a means to play it differently if you have a supportive mid. Like, your I should look into that. Because I'm sure a lot of supportive mids will have negative win rates in certain situations, but like, what happens if how can the jungler play differently to accommodate a supportive mid? Huh. Like, what other options did we have? I mean, I'm partial to Seraphine plus Tristana. I think when you're... Oh, yeah, and it's even with the Ezreal. No, this is, like... No. Oh, okay. So I think Darian had the option to pick Tristana, but maybe not into Anivia. But then you could have put Tristana bot and then just played, like, dealt with the Seraphine mid because Tristana would have been favorable into Ezreal. I think Vel'Koz probably was the best pick from that position. Alright, enough of that. So if I were to do an analyst desk segment, I would consider including that Seraphine Udyr dynamic in draft in my breakdown. And I would use that to criticize Crusaders a little bit. And talk about how they had other options like I just did, right? I would also talk about this blind Braum. Oh, this champion. He's such bait. He is such a bait champion. Sucks. Like, everyone likes Braum. Okay, how close are we? 30 seconds? 30 seconds. Okay, so that would be like the big thing. Game 1. I'm just writing down notes on paper, so because I'm using this for practice. Braum blind, Keck W, Udyr, Seraphine. Actually, you know what? They're probably fine to punch through Udyr because Udyr doesn't have enchanters. He is just using his own durability. I mean, Crusaders are still very low damage, though. Udyr Seraphine creates awkward draft dynamics. Crusaders are low damage. And then the rest of it comes down to execution. So yeah, that's true. Double hyper tank is scary. I mean, I would assume that Mundo can weather the storm of Gnar fairly well. That's what I would guess. But I'd remember the last time I saw him competitively, he was used as a counter pick to solely, like, what was it? Set Renekton Volibear? That's it? I think it was just Set Renekton Volibear. But Gnar can't break Mundo's passive. D-Shield Cleaver Farm should be okay. Okay, perfect. We've just got this issue. My headphones are sliding off. Oh, there we go. Looks like he is changing his mind. Yeah, it's D-Shield. It's D-Shield.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Oh, let's zoom out. Let's zoom out. We have no reason not to zoom out. Okay, so the first thing I look at when the game opens is usually the junglers, because the junglers are going to dictate much of the flow of this game. I would expect Victor to have like the level 1 push into Anivia. I would expect bot lane to be basically perma-pushing, because what is Ezreal Braum going to do into them? And because I mean, actually, this could very well be 3 lanes of push for Becky. Now, the problem is... No, actually... Because Udyr's Awakening is going to be down. So, I think it would be... Hecarim is flexible and has a lot of options, right? That's historically how he's been. He excels at if he's allowed to full clear, but has options. And I think what I've observed of the new Hecarim, like, he dishes out a lot of early game damage. Because his Q cooldown is just nuts, right? So, theoretically, if they start same side, Becky could go for a 12-16 invade, and it might work into the Udyr, assuming he catches him without Awakening. Instead, what's going to happen is they are cross-map. They're starting opposite sides. Oh, so if you're assuming you get push everywhere, even here, which, okay, they're cheesing, but you know what they're doing. There's no way they're not doing this, so you're never going to fall for it, right? But there's a ward here. Okay, so I would have loved to see Becky literally blue Raptors red. I think that would have been insane. However, the bot lane has died. So that's not going to happen anymore. I was right about Victor getting push. They were supposed to have 3 lanes of Cryo. Alas. So it's probably instead just yeah, here it comes. It's probably instead just a low interaction farm fest in the jungle. I think Udyr's existence meaningfully weakens Seraphines in drafts. I mean, obviously the right solution is to just ban Udyr because I think he is top 1 jungler still post rework. Now that I've had some time to like experience him in more coordinated play. There seems to be some like small clear deviation here, where I think Becky just like jumps straight to Raptors and then Red, like maybe concerned about an invade or something, but that can't happen if Udyr's clearing the way he was. And at the back of my mind, I also have to think, like, how can I frame my criticisms more positively? Because I know that I'm not flaming any player, and I know that I hold no animosity towards them just for making a mistake, but I need to make sure it doesn't come off that way, right? Ooh, the wall did nothing. Can you burn egg? Burn flash, even better. Although, we do have no, we don't have Victor W. It was used. Oh, no. So I guess what I feel here, we're gonna go back and speed this up. Why? Because they got push, and just, yeah, and then Braum just starts to move, cover the Udyr here. They're looking for, I mean, I don't know what they're looking for because there can never be anything here because that only spawns in like 20 seconds. And then I guess just making a play onto, yeah, making a play onto mid while the enemy bot has this much prio. Okay, makes sense. Oh, and Darian has it, but he's doomed. That's what's happening here. Okay, please speed yourself back up. So, for some reason, I don't know how this has happened, but mid lane has become a big dead zone in my knowledge. I just realized, I don't know how to position in mid lane. I don't know how to play around ganks. I don't know how to gank mid lane as a jungler. So that's why I really wanted to pay attention to like how Braum influenced things and how that changed what you're allowed to do. It's funny, mid lane is most affected by everyone else and also spills into everyone else. Most easily, but I suppose in the case of a matchup like Victor and Nivea, it's more likely that people would spill into mid lane. Like, Victor could easily find a roam. That just reminded me that Nard does actually have a combo that allows him to CC window. And it's not a great start for Crusaders. Now, I want to point out, guys, both Crusaders and Razorbacks, like the teams that we're going to be watching today, are 3-0. They're both undefeated, which is awesome. I hope it stays that way. Becky's finding an invade opportunity here. Keep my attention up. Keep my attention up. I need to be aware of everything. I don't know exactly what path Becky took to get here, but I wouldn't be surprised if it were, like, partial clear there. Actually, we can also check Windows runes. He does. Yeah, he does. Ezreal Sheen online, so this is like the biggest combat power moments for them, but Wave is really doomed for bot lane. No, you're not letting him do that, right? Yeah. Take his health bar for existing. The only thing that could feasibly kill Seraphine Sona here is if they walk up to one of their own minions. There is a recall discrepancy in the junglers, so Crusaders have some tempo here. Let's see how they use it. Presumably not for bot lane, who's going to want to just get this crashed and recall. Darian has no incentive to stand up anymore. He may be able to freeze anything. Yep. I'm remembering the 2 kills. Like, I'm doing a lot to just remember what the 2 kills were so I can play back the game in my head. Darian probably shouldn't care too much about this. I mean, he's trying to stay for, like, one more wave. I mean, if you... Actually, no, I miscounted. If he recalls now, it's a blasting wand, but... His jungler's around... I probably would have failed to track Udyr by now. They're actually just showing Becky so they can get a push as fast as possible. Committing the ulti too. Okay. That's a recall. Herald is up. I would find it... Actually, how's top lane? Yeah, I found it hard to imagine that it's a real Herald look for Crusaders right now. Yeah, but you see what I mean? Like, 9 minutes in? Oh, no, this is just a pure attention thing. 9 minutes in, and I just realized, like, okay, I'm not tracking the jungle clears very well. I'm not following what's going on there. I'm not following the wave states. Like, Braum caught me off guard when he showed up mid on 2nd kill, right? And I don't know when this Drake got taken. So my game recall ability would be pretty poor here. Now, I don't like that they're going for the Mundo without Mega and without Hecarim ults, but apparently, yeah, apparently Hecarim's DPS is just... I'm not used to it yet. It's nuts. That is a Herald rotation from Braum. He's catching me off guard again because I'm not looking at the mini-map, just what's on my screen. Okay, now ideally this is a... Whoa, that's not worth it. Was it stolen? It was not. It was not. No, that's not worth. You have so much control in the bot lane that you could use to just push into Drake instead. And granted, it is likely that... Well, Mundo picked it up. It is likely that they would choose to use the Herald mid and then collapse back bot lane so that the Drake's not guaranteed. But I still think it would be an easier fight. Now with this Mundo rotation, the Rattlers are just playing on 2 lanes while the Crusaders are still spread out across all 3, so they're just going to have the Bryo. And yeah, no, they're making all the proactive moves here. I like the Mundo rotation. I like that he's sacrificing a plate because he can just help to push this wave. He's gonna summon the Herald, yeah. And then as soon as this is secured, which shouldn't take very long, they just collapse in, and the only cost is like Gnar getting some farm. Now, Victor can't move. They should never even be contesting this because they just got out rotated, and the value they can gain is here. Turns out the Turbo Roam Braum puts in work, guys. I mean, if the game ended because of this lead, then it'd be very easy to know what to talk about. I would talk about how Rattlers just made smarter moves, and Crusaders continually disrespected where they would be on the map. I hate that Darian's on Ludens this game. I hate it. I think he's such an important threat against Mundo Udyr. could fish for a kill here. He has flash. Mundo doesn't. Oh. I mean, no, still flash in, no? Ah, he whiffed and passive came up. I don't know why Mundo's choosing to fight after he just got bailed out that much. I mean, it's because his Udyr is near. Darian should probably ghost up there, actually. Maybe. Take a risk now. Yeah, no, it's just... I mean, how did that one happen? How is Anivia? How is goddamn Anivia roaming? Okay, yeah, Udyr cancels his recall, starts moving up. Anivia farms a wave and immediately moves. Just instantaneously moves. She chooses to sack this wave. Instantaneously moves. Darian just sits there waiting. I think he's trying to get information. He's not warning. Now they know. Maybe he is warning, but it's still, like, vocally, but it's still good to put pings out. Okay, so that's what happened. I don't actually know what the correct call would have been there. My mid lane is so undeveloped these days. It's definitely a symptom of that solo kill not being clean though, in parts. Oh, this doesn't need to be forced, it's just farming, right? Yeah. It's farming. That was actually really cool to see the window rotation, like what it did for their team. Although... Oh, I thought I muted that. My bad. Oh, it's Sonic's stream. Well, maybe I shouldn't restream her games while she's live too, huh? This isn't a kill. Wait, what? It's a flash? And a ghost, and I would assume Darian survives that unless Udyr's just broken. He has no awakening. That's an unnecessary flash. Oh my goodness, there's just stuff happening all over. Well, actually, do I want to watch... I want to watch that play again. I have to speed up a bit to catch up. We are approaching the end of lane phase very soon. Both top lane turrets are down, but it's top lane, so that still doesn't end lane phase. Sorry, top laners. We're waiting for that mid turret to get cracked. That is going to end lane phase. Although technically they could swap now if they wanted to. It's going to be really difficult for Crusaders to just walk into this Drake, I think. And if you have Braum Udyr all together with position... Oh, no! Okay, so the entire team is here. They don't have full position anymore, which is good, nor do they have any proper flankers. So they just have to walk in as a deathfall, and that is where they're vulnerable to poke. So I want to see what they can do. Wolven gets caught. So they're probably going to run away. Victor alone. If Becky goes in on this flank using ultimate, they have to get Wolven in behind everything. I don't like how many fronts they're playing this fight on. It looks very difficult to play. Terrible Seraphine, only the window. Oh, no, the team fight wasn't approached correctly. It was too many fronts for like the team that they're playing. And even though the health bars are so low, it's going to be very hard to close it out. Maybe Gnar has a window, though. Maybe Gnar has a window. Maybe. I'm really vastly underestimating the amount of healing that Son of Seraphine are putting out. Huh. Okay. they're allowed to do that. Oh, Lin Boom might have something huge. Yeah, keep piling in. They don't have vision, though. They don't know where everyone is. Huge!
Shut down. Shut down.
Wow. Yeah, let's just... We know how this ends. They're going to secure Drake. I just want to watch that back really quick. So, at the very beginning, right, I'm not thrilled about this because Seraphine has nowhere to play, and so Becky's flank has no real threat because there's not any follow-up, right, because Seraphine can't get in. Now that they've... However, they back off anyway, they give the team time to group up, and I'm just super concerned about how this is playing out because of this Seraphine ult. But then, actually, yeah, look at the health bars here, right? Look what Sona's doing for Victor. Gnar's not that touched. Everyone here is burned out. Egg popped. And then the team with actual sustain becomes a problem. So despite the poor setup, I guess Rattlers just took too much damage. And how did they take too much damage? I think they just clumped for victories otherwise. Looking for the death rays. I mean, no, Anivia just boxed Gnar, which can never work. They're just already low. Hang on. I don't get the chance to back up like this in actual games, so I just want to watch. They're all full here. I guess it really is the death lasers, huh? Or death rays. Yeah, because that's where Anivia loses all of her health from Victor. Okay, it's just Victor poke plus superior sustain. Oh, and yeah, therein lies the problem. Pure defensive. This is a bait and punish comp. Oh, yeah, this is a bait and punish comp. But who's going in here? Yeah, duh, of course. Of course. And so Darian finds a solo kill in the side lane. We're just watching as in retaliation they try to play on Lindblom here, and they don't find him. In fact, he actually peels that out. Defending the Herald push. Okay, it does secure a mid-tier 1, which is the most important turret in the game. That's a big swing. Okay, so I would say Rattlers, superior early movements. Drake, 2 rotations. Plus Herald. But bait and punish comp. Losing to extreme hope plus sustain, despite poor setup of their fights.
You cannot outrun me.
By the way, guys, if you have any specific questions, feel free to ask, and we'll try to figure it out. So how would I define... This became something that it didn't need to be. Test up. Beautiful ultimate. The mages are almost here. Seraphine can't get in. Sona's off nowhere because the fight was never supposed to start. But how much damage can Darian do? Oh my god! We're hoping for red. We're hoping for red. Unless you want Darian to lose, in which case we're hoping for blue. But look at this fucking gargantuan Victor. Absolute Adonis in the mid lane. They do need to set up for the... Ocean Drake.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
Because with their scaling, if they have like fully stuffed Drake stacking, that's probably pretty good. Ah, Intel canceled. And Mundo, okay, yeah, look for TP advantages. Mundo has TP advantage over Victor. So, yeah, Crusaders on red have to be very, very, very careful here because they could immediately have a numbers disadvantage. Darien needs to take a base. He cannot stay here. Yeah, nobody to heal him here, right? It would be different if they were building like a hyper tank enchanter comp. Okay, so they have to play for a steal again. Darien's walking, but the setup is just really poor. Oh, I bet he went for it. Okay, now this fight is still really playable as long as Seraphine doesn't have ultimate here. Darien's fine. They're just moving towards him, right? They're trying to peel him. Only Brahm's on him. But now they've left him against the entire bot lane. Now don't... Be careful here, buddy. Yeah. I think they should have just given him support, running into the jungle there. Darien should never have extended if the team wasn't there, but, you know, there's Raptors here, a means to move in towards the Baron. But instead, the way they postured made it easier to go for bot tier 2. Hello, Minoshi! Now here comes the Demonic Embrace, but without Enchanters.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
It's still the highest damage option for Udyr. I've now become concerned about his survivability because he isn't grossly ahead. Good luck with mobile. Mobile is always weird. It's always delayed for me. So if analyst desk segments are short, then it wouldn't be worth talking about little mistakes like Darien's failure to rotate there. But he is just going pretty untouched in these fights. Actually, yeah, target selection from Rattlers on blue was pretty poor, wasn't it? Oh, wait, it doesn't even matter. Darien's almost flamed Horizon to the Anivia. Like... Oh, he's 4k up on his opponent! He's the entire advantage! Oh, there's also a Flame Horizon in the bot lane! No! I don't like these Seraphine boots for Archangels, though. The double Seraphine. I know you're trying to bait me, and I'm not letting it happen. Not today. Okay, so starting the Baron because you want somebody in, but Darien's also... Okay, so you should peel off the Baron because your Victor is, like, hard chasing, right? Unless Sona Seraphine is enough sustained to just vibe like this, which they might be. They are. Okay, so now here comes the immovable brick wall of Victor, having killed the entire advantage. Udyr is looking for a cone and won't find it, so burn, 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 burn. Good. Anivia never lives. What? Becky! You greedy bastard! So interesting. If Victor very slightly outranges everybody, then he's actually good in the siege mode. Because I think that actually siege with a misplaced Heck Rip. Unless... But no, because it can't even be classified as a front-to-back variant because Heck Rip doesn't like that style of play. players like to make a lot of power rankings, and Darien ranks very highly on all of them. That is all mid-laners, which is always nice to see. I like to see him succeed. Although it's doing very bad things for reinforcing his training, you know? Because we're watching how he's playing this game, right? And he's literally just walking at people and killing them. Now get out, play at long range. Okay, so Victor play versus VAD, bait and punish. That comp can be very good with hyper tanks.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
And also what we just learned, they don't have a reasonable way to do anything to him in most of these fights. That's very true, yes. So it's rewarding him, and he's gonna be like, wow, this is fucking strong. And then he's gonna do it next game where they do have ways to punish him. Just wait for it. I can't criticize the Hecarim builds. Like, Sunderer, Monamune is fine. I haven't tried Trinity yet. I just don't know if new Hecarim is supposed to continue building damage after second item. Well, that is a catastrophic throw. That was completely unforced. Yeah, Sunder and Monamune is the sauce. I just don't know if Sunder and Monamune Hexstringer is the sauce rather than Force Hexstringer. Okay, like, what is going on? We're just solo diving people at full health. It's so cocky. Now Darien is going to be completely defended by his enchanters, and he's going to kill everybody if this fight continues. So even with those errors, he's allowed to... Okay, well, he's too far ahead. You see, this is what I mean, though. He just walks at people. And now his enchanters are hanging, and yeah. Because they're isolated from their carries and freaked out. Am I in this? No, Cam. This is VAD. This is, gold capped. We're watching Darien's team and Sonic's team today. And see, this is the nice thing about watching even this level of play. Like, if you keep an eye out for how things are playing out even at this level, you can learn stuff. There are real, tangible takeaways for every level of play. Because, yeah, I'm missing knowledge, so I watched the way that Victor was drafted here, and I'm like, oh, I probably wouldn't have drafted that. Like, the thing about low-level draft leagues is weirdo comps come out, which means you're allowed to learn niche information about champions. World Patch Preview is out. Ooh, is it big? Victor can play Siege versus bad Bait and Punish. Bait and Punish itself is usually pretty good with hyper tanks. Poke is the answer to Bait and Punish. We got that poorly. So, yeah, I didn't need to be concerned about damage at all because of just the gross range and sustain discrepancy. And Ezreal's a chameleon, so he doesn't really factor into what style of comp you're playing. It looks like they're trying to force the Bait and Punish comp in, which is not how their team actually likes to play, unless Victor is just so egregiously strong that if they walk in, blue team dies. So I don't want to see them start Baron. It's not even up yet, so she can't. When did Mundo buy Anathemas? Not in lane. We just bought it, actually. That's third item Anathemas. Darien might... Nah, he can't. He was caught. I looked away for 2 seconds. I didn't exactly see how that happened. That could be a bad throw. So yeah, ultimately, if I were doing an analyst segment out of this game at this point, I would talk about the compositional gap that makes it really hard for Rattlers to play. And then if we have time, I would also mention the egregious throws that Crusaders are making. It's like they have no reason to be fighting like this or to be exposing their pieces if they're going to split. Yeah, Anathema's Rush is insane. I've seen Anathema's Rush, I've seen Frozen Heart Rush, not on Mundo, but on similar champions. I like that the tanks are getting creative and not rushing their mythics. I started to look at locket numbers the other day, guys, and I'm not actually sure that item's broken anymore. I might have been using it poorly. Like, that's the thing. I have to go back and watch how it was used. But even in a game in which I get it very, very early, like 14 minutes with value, like, numbers weren't very high. So maybe supports shouldn't be rushing locket every game either. Maybe we have Anathema's rush angles. I'll have to double check that. Like I'm not convinced yet. Okay, so yeah, there's no incentive to force here. Just allow your minions to do their thing. It would even be nice if Gnar were able to build Rage by hitting that mid wave, but it's not going to be super necessary. So the dragon has been hit, which means blue team is now forced, like, pressured to come in. Blue team are a pure bait and punish death ball and have absolutely no flanks. They just have to break their ranks, which means they're going to end up pumping for a Gnar. So this Drake looks pretty impossible to enter right now. Oh, thank God, that was scary. But we also have to factor in that supports are only really expected to have one item in most games. Like, look where Braum is. Look where Braum's build is. Braum is accelerated. Braum has 12 KP, and those are his items. I think Becky's original role was 80 carry. I don't know. Don't quote me on that. But I know him and Kevbo both kind of just played Bill. Atrocious Seraphine also won. All one man, but they're in deep. Darian is free hitting. Okay, beautiful performance. So yeah, story of this game. Rattlers heavily out-rotated. There was a question mark earlier when Becky died. Rattlers heavily out-rotated the Crusaders and generated massive advantages, but then the composition of Gap started to shine, and it became very difficult for them to approach any fight. A few throws by the Crusaders made the game spicy, but ultimately they did close it out.
A summoner has disconnected.
How did Anivia? There's too much poke pressure on Anivia. Mini Gnar plus Victor plus Seraphine. Like, it's just way too much. Okay, so I would feel confident if that were a VTS game, which obviously it wasn't. I would feel confident going on the desk for that game. That's good. This is good practice. Seemed dumb to enter through one base hole when two are open. You should have used an R flank then from bot side. Yeah. Yeah, that's actually a really good point. I had to take it like one area on the map at a time, right? I just very recently started to optimize dragon fights. I'm better at reading those now. I guess I can move on to inhibitors next. I'm just messaging Darian. I just told him about the opportunity for a Vel'Koz R5 that I think would have been really good. I'm not sure if he has it practiced, though. Let's see what Sonic is doing. Sonic is not in the game right now. Yeah. Darian just said Victor didn't have many threats on the enemy team, and that's fair. So, yeah, we're probably... That's... Actually, there's nothing that we can't show here, so I'm just gonna go ahead and... Here's our conversation. Watching games like this is a lot more fun. Like, actually paying attention. Okay. So, we are going to... Wait... Yeah, we won't even make the decision. Just whoever's game is starting first, right? Because we could have plenty of time to wait. So, like, let's actually take a look at this, right? Ordinarily, I'm concerned when I see the Udyr Seraphine, as I said. Because Seraphine's best role is AD carry, and Udyr is a hyper tank. So if he's like at all ahead or at all enabled to do something, then Seraphine struggles to kill him. Now Hecarim probably doesn't, but Hecarim's not favored into the Udyr because Udyr's just... Like, Udyr doesn't collapse to Hecarim, right? I've seen Hecarim just run a train on Diana. Udyr's quite a bit tankier. I got an invite. It's Sonic. Okay, I'm getting in here. Today I will stalk the Razorbacks. Back to the draft, though. Back to the draft. So yeah, ordinarily I'd be a little bit concerned because I've seen how egregious Udyr can get in terms of durability. The response is Ezreal Braum, and I don't mind the Ezreal at all. I think Ezreal's fine. I think Udyr supports him very well. The Braum is atrocious though, and then they respond with just Sona scaling. So now I'm still concerned about Udyr a little bit, because who's killing him? But now I can see that the range is very, very limited. Because once you go Gnar on 4, right? Like, what would you be exposed to from Gnar on 4? You'd be exposed to... I mentioned Camille. I think if Camille was here, then this actually could struggle a little bit. Victor's still fine in that spot. Oops, that's not where I'm... I hate it when it's on that monitor. It's never supposed to be on... Okay, so... Bobby, I would appreciate it if you sent YouTube replay and draft after Smile. Because yeah, if we have Camille and we have something that isn't blind pick Anivia, which I think is ridiculous into what they've shown. Like, this is a blunder, this is a blunder. This arguably isn't, because it's hard to kill hyper tanks, and he should be able to survive the lane pretty easily. But then you end up with this very short-ranged composition with no flank potential into this. And I proposed Vel'Koz here, which I think still would have been fine. I proposed Victor here. Or sorry, Darian proposed Victor here. And it became like a poke against this, because there's so few threats on him. I mean, yeah, TLDR, don't blind pick Anivia, don't blind pick Braum, right? So I think I'm still convinced that doing this into Udyr is high risk, unless you can move Seraphine to support, which is one of her worst roles. It's like bot lane Seraphine is so much better than both mid lane and support Seraphine that it's not even funny. But the flex potential is still valuable. I don't know. Let me check something. No, we're not ready yet. So low damage can't matter if one team is effectively no damage, because you will eventually win. Siege likes sustain in low range games. I think it's still just, I mean, okay, pretending that this isn't actually a siege comp with a misplaced Hecarim, what would it be? Because it wouldn't be front to back, because Hecarim's in it. I'm just going through the team fight list. It could feasibly be flank team fight. No, it probably is, because Victor's the one who's defending. Yeah, because Victor's defending his enchanters from approach, and the enchanters are defending Victor from longer range threats. So it's probably a flank team fight. Yeah, it's a flank team fight where Seraphine's ultimate is bolstering the flank. But it can be played as a siege here. Hecarim's just kind of jobless and has to, like, just wander and watch on the flanks. Or is that the only way to play Hecarim? Like, because Hecarim's not just Udyr, but from further away, right? I'm trying to think about Hecarim's defensive value. Because if Hecarim truly is a very flexible champion, he shouldn't just have to go in. Technically, he also punishes people from moving in because he has so much damage. And because he can displace you, like, because if you walk straight into Hecarim, Hecarim can just RE you deeper. And that sucks. I guess? So honestly, I think on R2, Rattlers were probably ahead in draft, and then this was even. This was scary, and this was losing. I mean, hang on, I don't know what's pulled up here. Okay, yeah. So it's like I have Anivia listed as like just a counter pick, right? Where is she? Oh, well, she should be. Wait, resource or priority? Priority. She's pretty plainly a response pick. I mean, I would write like. So like, what defines Nivea's mount? I mean, she's just. I mean, I'm gonna do like. I'm just gonna write that here, so it's kind of like a rough note for me later. Like. Yeah, it wasn't a bad Mundo pick. It was the Anivia Braum that were like the big problems. That could be a draft link. No, it's not. I'm gonna try to move back to Darien for game 3. I have nothing in my bullet overview. Hold on, I've gotta just like. I've also got to do not matchup headers, champion page headers. We're taking this, we're bringing it over to Victor, and that goes under. I mean, that goes under. Yeah, bullet overview. And we're actually going to write that Victor can fit nicely into a siege comp if the enemy team is all short-ranged. He defends the other poke champions. Yeah. I mean, that's not his best sort of comp, obviously. And like we would keep including things. I mean, I wonder how flexible he is. This is outdated. Yeah, I used to use power class here. And then Anivia, I would actually also make like just huge. That's pretty much it. You see an Anivia on the enemy team, and you know they're going in a defensive direction when you see Anivia. Is there a draft link here? Are they just slow? That's we just learn. Like the best flank champions have ways of getting over walls. I'm thinking like Drake fights. I mean, Braum is kind of the same thing, no? Braum just telegraphs defensive anti-dive. Like, Braum is super, super weak to poke. What does Braum offer exactly? So, okay, some would argue nothing. But practically, Braum is like the king of defensive short-range combat. If you give Braum an honest fight, he is really effective in that space. Because if you are just fist fighting Braum, that's when his passive is effective. That's when his ultimate is very effective. His E is really just supposed to block like one thing. Like his you could look at his E in a bit of a weird way, because it's like, okay, so if you're this champion who's like just good at fist fighting and like dissuading people from going in on you, then why do you need this anti-ranged ability? And practically it's to swing like small trades, right? Swing small trades, block like one big ability in an honest, short-range team fight. Which is why when I see Braum Misfortune, I'm like, that's the fakest counterpick ever. Or Braum Renata, or Braum Seraphine, or something. Because maybe nowadays Braum Misfortune is less of a fake counterpick because she's shorter ranged, but basically it's when you see Leona, you think Braum. When you see Nautilus, you might think Braum, but that one's harder. Like, that's what Braum offers. Braum says, if you engage on me, you're going to lose the fight because my ability to fist fight is so powerful. But then you also compare that to like Tom Kench, who has even more damage at that range, or Tarek, who has even more damage at that range, and then you start to see why Braum doesn't see a lot of play in Season 12. Oh, here we go. Draft is starting. Like the reality is you absolutely under no circumstances can pick Braum when the enemy can pivot into a ranged lane. You cannot. He has to be played against a melee support, or he doesn't work. Bans are very fast. And actually, let me just check who is who. Okay, so Sonic's team is blue this time. Yeah. And it's a shame, because Braum's kit isn't bad. Like, it really isn't. It's just the thing he is good at denying is very much out of the meta. And he has atrocious matchups. So behind me, you see a Caitlyn, Nami, and Ornn ban, and on the other side, there is a Misfortune, Shyvana, and Hecarim ban. Now against Sonic in particular, Misfortune ban's really good. Udyr is left up, Seraphine is left up, and that's taken immediately, which is another Sonic champion, so that's probably going bot lane. So now, we have the Udyr-Seraphine trade in, like, a weird direction here, because the Seraphine isn't super favored here. So actually, what's the I want to find out who the other team is. Ashe. Okay, so a low damage opening. It looks like it might be utility bot versus utility bot. Well, it could still be flexed to Ashe support. However, we don't see, like, Ashe's best matchup here. Kayn, Rost is actually very good into Udyr. That's your tank buster. So, if they can get Kayn to his transform, this is going to be very good. And because it's a gold league, I actually really like the pick. I hate Blind Urgot. I hate Blind Urgot. No. No. That's another defensive. You don't blind pick defensive champions like this. I think Urgot has a very specific place, but he has to survive his matchup first, right? Like, I think Urgot actually offers a lot as a hyper niche support. Like hyper niche, by the way, like hyper niche. I cannot stress that enough. So then they have the Gnar, which ranged top into Urgot is just going to flourish. And it also denies Rost Orbs from Kayn. Okay, so top lane is definitely going red. Sonic, what team is this, by the way? What team are you playing against? Veigar is banned, so that's either there's a big Veigar player on their team. They're okay. Well, Soraka Veigar bans imply they just want to fist fight things too, right? Sharks. Okay, Razorbacks versus Sharks. That's what we see here. Okay, so what is that? Wait, aren't the Sharks like the actual bottom tier team? Red reveals that it is blind pick Ashe support. But I think it's too late for Razorbacks to pivot into dive. So that's a good pick. Yeah, see, the Urgot makes it hard to fully commit to punishing Ashe there. Although I like how they've closed this out. Blind Azir is a safe pick that works well into what they've shown. Can keep Udyr out. We're blind picking Vladimir instead for some reason. Ugh. Okay, now we're very flash reliant on Razorbacks. Like, extremely flash reliant. Low key, I think Anivia wins the game here on 5. They pick Galio instead. I mean, that one's not hard for Vladimir to outplay, but didn't they just give Vladimir a free lane? They just gave Vladimir a free lane. What? Huh? Hello? Whomst is your Galio setup? Is it Gnar? You're using Gnar setup for Galio? Like, suicide bomb Ezreal? Just jump in? Nah, that can't be right. That can't be right. That can't be right at all. It's just, I'm trying to think of a winning interaction for Galio in this matchup. W gets beaten by Pool, E gets beaten by Pool. Pool is fast enough, so E Pool Galio W doesn't work. Fast movement speed, rather, is what I mean. The only way you're... There's no value in just farming and going even with the Vlad, because your magic shield keeps you in lane, but it doesn't matter. And at best, you're keeping out just Kayn, who can ult your W if needs be. And the only other threat for him is like Ashe R, Gnar R. And you're giving Kayn a lane that he can farm red on. No, this is so bad. This is such a bad pick. Plus, as we mentioned, yeah, there's no reliable setup for Galio. He doesn't have his Jarvan or his Camille or even like any other dive. There's no Malphite. There's no Vi. There's no... Who else? Wukong could be fine. There's no Wukong. There's no Sylas. I'm just thinking of divers, like just divers, right? No, that... Okay, so Blind Urgot wasn't great, and they lost the top lane off it. Blind Vladimir was atrocious, unless it's Galio support, in which case that would be okay, but he's the weakest Warden. Like, he's weaker than Braum right now. His damage output without items is not real. Yes, they did. They did fix that. Wait, they did fix that, didn't they? I'm so sure they did. Oh, yeah. No. Yeah, they fixed... Galio cannot flash taunt. Like that one patch where he accidentally was allowed to. Thank goodness, because that was one of the strongest mechanics. You know, it's so funny looking back on League and stuff that I, at the time, thought was okay. That just ended up not being okay. Like, I'm thinking back to Pantheon support. And now that I actually understand how the game is played, oh my god, that was broken! He was just allowed to dive you for free. Whenever he wanted. Like, huh? Galio flash taunt was egregious. Do you guys remember the one patch where Galio one-shot you with Q? God, Is Galio, like, historically the most broken champion? Like, hasn't Galio had the most patches where there's just something wrong with him? And it's not fair? Because I feel like that's not the only time Galio got something, like, completely unbalanced by accident, like from a bug. Well, were Mord's bugs beneficial? Because I was not a good player when old Mord was in the game. So I wasn't very, like, aware of what was going on. I was still getting my feet wet in, like, competitive games. Yeah, either way. This is good. This is a scary response to that. I actually like the Kayn. The Urgot Blind is bad, and you end up losing top lane off of it, so then you're wholly reliant on bot lane pressure unless you get a strong mid, right? So then when they lock Ezreal, now you're not super afraid of this wave clear. However, it is range plus ranged and might just have superior auto attack shove. As soon as you lock Nautilus to try to kill these, then yeah, there's a genuine chance that you're not pushing bot lane either, although you have kill threat to compromise, like to compensate is the word I was looking for. Vlad Blind is atrocious and just makes you, especially against this mobility and these slows. And then it's responded to with probably the worst pick you could pick, so there you go. I'm actually not even convinced that a Kassadin would be bad here. No, I missed that era. Technically my account existed and I played like 10 games, technically. But I was not a League of Legends player. So, missed that one. I missed Ari, LeBlanc.
Not a problem.
Running around with that.
Shall I turn in my badge and rifle as well?
The Dark Ages.
I smell fear.
There's always another way.
Oh, that's here. I'm usually so much better at keeping stuff off my right monitor, but apparently not today. Okay. So, Razorbacks versus Sharks. While we get started. Utter. I'm really curious to watch the King matchup play out. It's not going to play out like 100% properly, obviously. just obvious now that I write that down. I'm thinking I was writing something down about the Becky Hecarim play onto Anivia when Braum roamed. Like, obviously, a mid lane play would be dangerous if the enemy support is missing and has Cryo. I have to be sure that he is recalled.
What must be done?
In VAD, you do get a bunch of comfort picks. I would not be surprised. I don't know any of the players very well at all, so I would not be surprised if Woody or Urgot and Vlad were just comfort, right? Oh, new support! Right, new support. How many of you were following the Lachlan saga? Sonic's old support had the worst opinions I've ever heard on everything. So, they were hoping that he would get permabanned from the league at some point because he has a history of saying racial slurs. Now, he didn't say one of those, but he said he did a misogyny in a call with a bunch of admins. So he got the boot. And now she has a better support. I think so, yeah. When everyone came in chat and was like, "God, I can't stand this guy." Yeah. Probably. In fact, what he said was so bad that Sonic wouldn't post it in my server, and instead DM'd people. Victoris admins were not happy about it. Okay, so I mean, hard winning mid for Razorbacks, losing top for Razorbacks. Should lose shove. Galio can play for raw shove, I think, because he has superior wave clear at level 1. I would not be surprised if Vladimir had to play to get pushed in early. So then Kane's best bet would be pathing towards bot lane. Even though that lane's not guaranteed prio, because it's also most likely to generate a kill before Udyr shows up. Now, also possible that just nothing happens, and there's no shot that base Kane can fight an Udyr with Awakening. No shot. So we're really, really relying on Frost here. But the Vladimir has no setup for you. I think Kane might struggle to get his orbs, unless Kane just goes like ham on getting blue orbs and waits for red. That might be an option. Because obviously you need red this game. Obviously. Like, this is a red game. It could be an Eclipse red game, but it's a red game. So, yeah, I think I'm hoping to see Kane pass the bot lane, which would require a Kane player to not want to start Raptors or red. Which might not happen. Although Urgot using his back legs, like his backward facing legs for a leash, he can do that pretty well in blue. It's probably harder on red. Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to like make a roadmap for myself, you know? My decision making in game lately has been pretty poor, so I just want to practice making the decisions in all of these roles and having a general idea and a general plan of what should happen. It is actually not unlikely that Sharks get 3 lanes of prio, now that I look at it. Although Udyr should never invade Kane because Kane can trivial escape. You would have to catch him without his E cooldown. Or like even Q against Krug wall, blue wall, the wolf like vertical wall. Okay. Game starting. We're doing the same thing again. I'm going to be watching everything, and I'm just going to figure out, like, what is the story of this game? What are the most important things to talk about? And right now, we only have draft, and I don't like a lot of the decisions made. But we're seeing this. Udyr Seraphine is a very, very popular trade in this league. I'm so mad. I'm so mad my prediction came true. I said when Udyr's rework was shown on PvE, and I played it a little bit, I said that I was convinced Udyr's power level won't change. All it will do is make people realize how broken he is. And now that I'm actually drafting against him, like, oh, Jesus, yeah, he's strong. He's even better than before, like, having that flex potential. So, both teams are 5-stacking. They're both trying to kill someone early. Shark's going in through top side to get vision there, so they know if Kane is starting on blue, like I think he should. I mean, guys, I'm not even convinced your level 1 is stronger. You just have Nautilus. That's it. Like, do not love this.
Soon, I will take it.
Minions have spawned.
Uh-oh! Oh, it's gonna get violent. Urgot starts E. Flashes after the ignite. Kane got the kills on both melee enemies. Oh, Not's canceling, Not's canceling. This is so volatile! You guys aren't winning! Galio's back, he TP'd! Oh my god, it's 8 kills! Urgot's here again! Norris Mega! Why is Urgot here again? Oh no! Okay. Okay. Jesus, that should not have happened. Okay. Vladimir has Alternator! And an 8-stack Dark Seal! No, okay, he swapped it for Fiendish. He's 4-0! So it kind of played out both ways, right? I was trying to figure out. I didn't factor in the fact that Razorbacks have a really, really strong single target blow-up combo, but I was also right that Sharks have the overall stronger level 1. Something like that. Yeah, no, Vladimir is disgustingly strong. And Kane, like, I don't even want to know how many orbs Kane just got. Kane died after the second kill and still has 100% KP. What does everyone have? Ezreal is 470 in pocket. He's working a lot. He just bought his tier longsword though, rather than a Sheen. I definitely would have bought a Sheen. Imagine coming to lane on Sheen with Ezreal. Yeah.
Let's fight.
Weird way for VAD to play that. No. just bounces out. Not even a W? Wait, do you have W? Oh, you do. Okay. So, yeah, Kane is not power farming. Kane is not full clearing. He's not doing the QEQW level. And a pool. No, he's used his pool. No, here it is. No sums, though. So, Vlad is going to die. Udyr's faster. Well, that's not a bounty you want to give up. Udyr just got 700 gold. I haven't been pleased with the way this Vlad has played like any trade up until that point, so I guess I'm not super surprised that that's happened. Because if you watch, there was the one right here where it's like there's no reason a Vlad should lose that trade. Is he trying to trade? That's the thing. Maybe he's trying to trade. Maybe he's like, oh, I'm so strong. I think he might have gotten cocky. Like, Vladimir might have gotten cocky here and said, oh, I'm so strong, I can just fight everything, but that's not how the champ works. Just realized this also means he's going Night Harvester, and against Ezreal, Galio, Udyr, I kind of hate that. Yeah. I mean, because what, he only bought CDR, right? Very early for Kane to go in here. Weird panic smites, Kane fall. Great. Now, I don't like taking the fight. There's no reason to. And you're only using Seraphine damage here. So I don't even think Sonic should get baited here. Like, they should be stamping outs and just leaving. Now she might get killed. Vlad dies. Vlad loses the rest of his Dark Seal. Right? Scalia still have E. He loses his flash. I guess that would be back up. Yeah, it's 6 minutes, so it's back up. Okay, so a lot of these teams... Wait, why would you not... Huh. Okay, so I don't think it would have made a difference in that particular case. I'm just surprised to watch an Urgot flash E and then not use the stun duration to land his ultimate. He's dead, isn't he? Oh no, the matchup's... Oh, the matchup's not as free as we thought for Vladimir. He actually... Okay, so E pool W can be won by Galio then. Until Vlad has boots. Until Vlad has boots. That's the key. Once Vlad has boots, that interaction no longer works in Galio's favor. Okay. We're learning. But the cool thing about it is it's a fiesta, but I can still kind of go through the story of the game, right? When you have a fiesta like this, the jungle pathing cannot be the important thing. You just have to watch. It's like, okay, we're all just trying to kill each other. Who has the matchup advantages? Who has the compositional advantage for like constant combat like that? It's definitely not Razorback. What the hell is this? They're forcing so hard. He joined, has 4 kills. Yeah, but he got all 4 of those kills before lane phase count, and then died twice in lane. Gave over a massive bounty to Udyr, lost all his Darksail stacks. It should be free for Vlad, but it's not. He's like... The matchup is in Vlad's favor, but there are windows for Galio to thrive in the early game. Now this, see, I'm not even paying attention. Nautilus is here. That is one of the worst cases of anti-synergy I've ever seen. Udyr would be dead, if not for that knockhook. takes aggro. I don't even know how that happened. The Triumph saves him? Yeah. But now you have to get out. That's not the way you have to go to get out. Just leave your non. It must, yeah. And I guess no. Oh, because it's damage. Yeah, it's damage. So it does. But nobody retook aggro. Yeah, I guess I wish Kane had maintained aggro like a little bit longer before jumping into his ultimate. Because that's like their best dive tool. Sonic's team is blue. Yeah, there she is, playing Seraphine. We're cheering for the Razor Blackbacks on blue, and we would prefer for the Sharks on red to lose. Who said and dove 90 rage. They had such an egregious numbers advantage that I think they still can. Like, but it hinges on Kane using R to die, like to dodge Gnar R. Gnar alt. We should say Gnar alt. Gnar R sounds funny. Okay, so Kane is quietly farming up. He's still surely close to form. Like surely very close. Because remember, he must have I know orbs are at their least valuable early. This is a not great place to be. They're going for Ashe here, but they're just committing. But this isn't a fight. He's going to die now. I wasn't watching this. He just lost. Okay. Is that worth? You sacrifice both your bot, like you sacrifice your 80 carry and have to lose your flash for it? No, it can't be. And so if I were doing an analyst desk segment, what? Okay. If I were doing an analyst desk segment right now on this game, if for some reason they paused and I had to talk about the game state for a little while, then I would be very critical of the aggressive way that Razorbacks have played this game so far. They don't have any need. That was kind of nice. They don't have any need to like be forcing this hard. Yeah, especially Vladimir. Vladimir, who should be actually 1v9, has become. Okay, well that was all. Vladimir's become like the 6th member of the enemy team. He won't stay that way, I'm sure, but. He was really counting on landing that E. Oh, barely! I don't know what... Actually, I have to go back. I have to go back. There's so many kills that, like... They literally... Sonic gets the crash, and they just chase her. Okay, and it goes on the best target. The best recipient of that. Because we want Kane on his mythic and we want Kane to access his transform. I mean, bot lane is the most relaxed lane by far. Does he still get the kill despite Ram Awakening? Oh, he does. Forgot he doesn't have shotgun knees, nor does he have a mythic. Wait, Udyr's level 9. Udyr's on par with the solo laners. Good for orbs. Well, you can't full commit. If that ultimate got him transform. That's super worth it. Oh, especially now that Vladimir's just killing Galio. Okay, so now that the items and the ultimate are online. Mwah. He must have. If everyone's dead all the time, he must be getting lane XP. Like this is a very accelerated jungler. Sonic's at the same level too because of all the roams from Nautilus. That's fucking. So Crozet doesn't have ults, nor is he going to get him a refresh ult. Yeah, he's got his item breakpoint, so he's able to win the matchup. Level 6 Ashe, KW.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
6 at 15 minutes. And she's on the bait build. You hate to see it. Like, this is one of those games where you really have nothing to do but to enjoy the ride. However, I'm going to start watching how resources are being allocated. Udyr just secured Herald. They're going to get this, no question, because they're playing on 2 lanes here because Razorbacks are on the back foot for a moment.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
Oh, that's a solo kill. Burning Flash. Or it's a flash or flash trade. Because I'm not looking at fucking cooldowns. Okay. For number 1, look at levels. Number 2, look at summoner spell advantages. Number 3, look at positions on the map. Sharks are starting to rotate out, but TP available for Gnar. That is a TP advantage, so they are obligated. Like they have the luxury of playing for free if they want to. Sonic's going to die here most likely, and then they're just going to try to trade for Quinn. Lost is here. Okay, that's devastating because now there is literally no answer for. Like, somebody has to go back to answer Gnar, and the Drake is conceded for sure. Every single time now. It's nice that they traded back, but Kayn might have needed that ultimate. The Herald is down and requires defense, because you can't just concede that tier 2 for free, unless you are willing to trade specifically tier 2. I mean, Kayn can still go for a steal, but that's it. Had enough AD. It looked like a... No, yeah, that was just base Kayn. Okay, so this is really not good for Razorbacks. The fact that the dragon stacking is this dire this early in the game. We're just watching the allocation of players. There's going to have to be a recall here. It's probably Mythic. Yeah, it's Mythic for Ashe. A little behind pace, but that's okay. That's a one-shot. Beautiful. Okay. Clearly, people aren't thinking a lot about where their opponents can be. Like that's just Gnar getting caught while his team is off. This is obviously terrible. Great Seraphine ultimate. Kayn doesn't get the healing!
Shut down.
They killed Galio before letting Kayn heal.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
So, Sharks are obligated to play for anything they can get bots, but because Urgot's so far up, like anything they can do is disadvantaged. I would like to see them escort Nautilus for wards. They obviously can't know where everybody is right now because their vision hasn't been set up. Nautilus is... Oh, come on, dude! They're so shallow! So shallow. Also, like, do these... I don't get warding this one if you're warding this. Like, so you have this warded. So you really only need this corridor and this corridor to be accounted for. And you could do both at once by, well, first of all, relying on this, because if they come here through this corridor, then I'd rather have it, like, here on the Raptors. So this ward is redundant. Okay, whatever. That's just for me. No, at least by Oblivion. Come on. So in a league where everybody is going to be making a lot of these positional mistakes and not respecting where everyone is on the map, there's not a lot of point in doing analysis such that you're pointing that out. I would like to say then that for the most part, the people benefiting from solo kills are not the ones who would get... I mean, because on Sharks, it's Galio getting a lot of them. Udyr is the strong one, but Razorbacks have a good comp for dealing with an offensive Udyr. So he's not going to be a big threat, right? Vladimir is gaining some value, and Kayn is gaining some value. Remember, we were talking about how Kayn was like the Super Saiyan pick in the draft. So I guess I would just focus on like who's gaining value and getting the kills, right? Gnar is not a 1v9 champion, Galio is not a 1v9 champion, but the champions getting kills for Razorbacks are champions who might carry the game with the gold they're given. Ashe has not found a lot of value so far. I think this game very easily could have swung in either direction. I'd have to actually, like, which play in particular do we think swung the game the most? Kayn's constant dragon steals and the critical kills that he was getting. Must be an Urgot main then. Okay, so how do they actually approach this fight? Oh, okay, now the Ashe is kind of gaining value. Good knock-up, good ulti, but how is he gonna... Oh, he came out so early! Into the CC! Can Vladimir kill everybody? Oh, the answer is almost actually yes. Okay, yeah, the answer is yes. Vladimir can, in fact, kill everybody with the Seraphine ult through the choke point. Okay! Well, that's that. Razorbacks win the game.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
Yes, actually, no, that's... The scaling is in Razorback's favor. Scaling is in their favor, and... No, it somehow was not over at 4 kills because Vladimir almost threw his lead. He almost did, but... he didn't throw all of it. If I were to give a player of the game vote, it would go to King. Despite that play. Because that's the thing, I've been getting questions on the desk that I am not prepared for. It's like, okay, so who do you vote for player of the game? And I'm like, shit, I forgot I have to do this. Or it's like, what do you think about this player's performance? And I'm like, well, I was watching too much of the jungler to really know. Either way, in this game, I think if I were to look back at these, like, this Nautilus kill on the Galio was actually just Kayn salvaging something for Vladimir. I mean, not for Vladimir, because Vlad died. I don't Yeah, they were very much a mid-game team, weren't they? Wait a second. Oh, thank goodness. I thought it makes sense to activate Bear for clearing wards, but for some reason I thought there was a slim chance it was a Bear stance build. Stay in, stay in, stay in. You learn from this mistake. Good Seraphine ult. You see, Seraphine players, these are the ults you're looking for, not these random one-mans. You're lining things up. You're waiting until your teammates are lined up to win. Sonic also knows how to build. Look at this. This is so much better than the Woven Seraphine build. I honestly wouldn't even mind a Moonstone this game, but going like Lucidity Boots and Rylai's is so much better than Sork Shoes Archangels. I mean, actually, how many times did Urgot kill Gnar? One. What playlist is this playing from? Why is it playing Hollow Knight music? Alright, whatever. I love this song, but we gotta pick something else. Albums. Sessions, Start Riding Italia. Oh, I'm missing whatever's happening here. Oh, Vladimir died! Not Sonic, I'm complimenting your ults. You're playing likes instead of playlist. I was literally playing the Sessions Diana album, and I think it just auto-generated a bunch of similar songs that I have listened to. Trying to get the frame rate back up. Well, that ended abruptly. So before it ends, I just want to watch the top lane stuff, right? Oh, it might not be over yet. It actually might not be over yet. Oh, wait, here comes Vladimir with Flash. Didn't land the ulti on Ashe. Are you kidding me?! Vladimir! Oh my god, he lost all. Okay, I mean, I don't love starting the Drake here. This is... That's a Seraphine TP. Instantaneous ulti is keeping her safe. The team all pulled off to cover the TP. Okay, great response to the TP. That was still absolutely terrifying. You know, Razorbacks are, like, shockingly on the same page. I'm going to guess with the 8,000 gold lead that the answer is no, especially when Vladimir's, like, one of your champions and he's this bad. You know, Vladimir's kind of a game-warping champion. He should never be allowed to get this far. But now that he is this far, he's a problem. Okay, they're just going to try to brute force it. And I think they're probably going to succeed. Yeah, they're going to succeed. Okay, so before the Nexus dies, I just want to see some stuff in top lane. Yeah, great flank, Sonic. Yeah. I just want to watch this, like how this played out, because like the top laners are relatively stable here, right? We start with Vladimir with a despicable lead. We start. Okay, so just me, or was Ezreal invisible this game? I just realized that. What did Ezreal do this game? Right, so there's this top lane dive that denied Gnar a lot. And for some reason I didn't factor in that because I was too focused on how Kane blundered it. And it did end up trading a lot of kills back to... Well, one went to Galio, who's losing his matchup anyway. The other went... So, like, that's actually a useless kill. The other went to Udyr. That's right, they didn't even deny cannon, and Gnar farmed some of it with his ultimate. So then they swap here, and Gnar's funneling a lot into himself. So the onus is very much on, like... You have an okay, Urgot's generating a significant farm lead. Because Gnar is just wasting all of his time. So even though he's 1k up, he's losing his lead. Finally comes back. Don't remember how this trade goes. Right, okay, so... I mean, it was sloppy, though, wasn't it? This is an attempted solo kill that went wrong. Actually, Urgot very barely got it. That's right. He has this doomed wave and dies on it here. I mean, Ezreal can never, like, directly approach something, you know? So, okay, in a chaotic game, this is what I'm supposed to do. I just learned it. Okay. In a chaotic game, I'm supposed to really watch who is benefiting from the chaos. I'm supposed to factor in the scaling of both teams. I'm supposed to factor in which champions are fed. Then we're supposed to watch specifically those fed champions. What are they doing to carry the game for their team? Because I'm watching Ezreal farm, and I'm watching Gnar constantly trade kills. So that leaves Udyr, who might struggle to get in against this because he's more of a defensive champion. Udyr's in a losing matchup that can kill him reliably. Because Kane was scrapping. This Drake gets stolen. Yeah, that's a mess. Okay, so that's probably key to analyzing like really scrappy games then. Watch the bounties too. What? Like, just watch Ezreal, right? He's farming the whole time, and Gnar is farming the whole time, and they're never getting fights because this Drake was just a steal, right? Gnar is not involved in any major fights except the dive. Ezreal's not involved in any major fights. And then, even though those are the champions who need to carry the game, here comes abrupt Vladimir Seraphine ultimate. I understand that it's difficult for Ezreal to, like, jump into Vladimir like this, but he's got to try to play aggressively into somebody. Like, okay. Yeah. Gotcha. I get it. So that's how we're supposed to... Okay. Scrappy games. Who outscales? Who gained gold? What are they doing with it? Kuisander? He just loses a... Oh, Ezreal has fucking Trinity Force. Yeah, no, that... Can Ez LDR? Ezreal would rather Surreal this. Okay, yeah, so the Ashe build is obviously bad. The Ezreal... This build is bad. Galio's not carrying. Galio's in a losing matchup. Udyr has no way... I mean, Udyr has kind of a way in on some of these. But he's not killing Vladimir. He's not killing Kayn. He could kill Urgot. I mean, yeah. Okay. I guess it... Kayn especially was just more proactive. I guess that's what I would have to say. Kayn was a lot more proactive in pushing advantages than Ezreal or Gnar or Udyr. And it's not Udyr's fault that Udyr struggles, and obviously Ezreal struggles in Vladimir, as we just said above. It is what it is. Well, Ezreal struggles to giga carry against Vladimir. Or struggled. I shouldn't generalize based on a single VAD game. Like, this isn't the pinnacle of gameplay. We saw that level 1. Let's look at Darian's Game 2 draft. What happened here? He played against the Falcons. Yeah, they got away with murder! Oh my god! They got Udyr Senna Seraphine! Or Udyr Sona Seraphine. Oh no! They got Udyr Sarasona on the same team. Falcons forgot to draft damage against... Oh no! And then the one guy who can do anything is weak to Zed! Fuck, that's so... Oh my god, how did this one happen? How did this happen? Jesus. Yeah guys, Diego's totally carrying this game. Give me a second to write down some notes here. Well, this is one of the most appalling things that I've ever seen. Like, Falcons got draft dapped so goddamn hard. Did they just scout that they don't play Udyr? Or... Yeah, Lilia's a priority ban here, guys. Oh, I don't know. I don't know the outcome of this game. I haven't seen it. Darian's not actively in game. Oh. We're gonna have to wait to find out on this one, but I mean, I would assume so. I would be really, really, really surprised if Crusaders managed to lose this draft. Like, you kind of have to go Kraken Diego here and just pray that you survive something. Or pray that Darian has a Zed moment and just blinks into 3 people. It could happen, you never know. Something takes over. Yeah, I know. It's the same thing that takes over when you play Pike. It's just scary. It's a menace. Seraphine, Udyr, Sona. Udyr Enchanter synergies. Plus, he's effectively your AP jungler. Oh my god. Ash. There's a possibility of the enemy picking Udyr. And you go Ash Nautilus bot. Because you have Viego and need his synergies. But like, did they forget some of the Viego synergies are like single target blow up damage? And who do you blow up here? It's like only Sona. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Let's look at some stats from the last game. Oh, never mind. We're not looking at any stats. No, this is what it looks like apparently. Cool. Cool. That's awesome. Why can I go? I just sent a friend request to Sonic. What? Yeah, something's not right here, yeah. How would this team play it? Like, how would it play out? It's flank team fight, yeah. It's just... So the only chance Falcons have is to catch Sona specifically without Flash while Zed and Camille are setting up. So Sona has to play the game like horrendously badly to lose. Otherwise... Yeah, it's a Victor. It's Victor Victor versus the world. You just kill Victor. Camille Zed kills Victor. Their flank is supplemented by Seraphine, who is empowered. Udyr is empowered to join in the chaos with Sona move speed boosts and Seraphine shields. They have to play pick. That's it. Falcons are obligate pick. And Crusaders are a flank team fight. Because they want to team fight because they can never lose. Yeah, okay. That's it. Sucks when you have Viego in obligate pick. It feels awful. Okay, so yeah, Sonic just got into Champ Select for her Game 3, so they finished their draft. And I'm going to receive that draft at some point later. But in the meantime, I'm just waiting on Darien. Because I promised I would alternate. Why am I doing that? That's a... You guys just saw how bad my Twitter habit is. Like, the fact that just I'll be doing nothing and just on instinct, here comes a new tab. Oh, it's Twitter. Like, can't believe I almost did that. Come to think of it, why did you only use Twitter on your phone, refuse to even allow yourself to log in on the PC? That is very smart. When I forcefully disconnected myself on my phone and my PC by just logging off and refusing to log back in, it was really, really good for me. Very good detox. I might need to do something like that again, but Like, I've noticed recently my stress levels are peaking because I'm just defaulting back to social media again. It's not healthy. I would rather, like, properly relax and, you know, feed my brain. Give me a moment, though. I have to check some stuff on the Victoris Discord. I need to make sure that nobody in VAD, like, forfeited. NSFW creators are bullshit. Oh, it's so bad. I'm getting the recent Smash community stuff on my feed, and I'm like, I can't deal with this. Like, some of the dunks are very funny, but like, I don't want to read a lot of just horrible things. I don't want to read about a lot of horrible things happening when I'm already not in a good headspace. No, I need to stretch. Yeah, I need to get up and stretch and move a bit, guys. I'll be right back. I will be right back. I'm going to keep my phone on me in case Derry needs me. So if the game's about to start, I will rush in and join. Okay, so Cam told me that the Cam told me that the patch preview is out. I just got to read it. They are buffing specifically 80 carry Ashe and Thresh and Lee Sin and Nasus. Like, all those champions could use buffs. I don't know for sure. I think Ashe is pretty good, but that's just me. It's nice to see Thresh and Lee Sin getting buffs. They deserve them. Nasus is cool. I'm excited to see what that ends up being. They are nerfing Misfortune, Kalista, Hecarim, Rost, Lulu, and Nocturne. I'm a little bit surprised that Kalista's receiving another round of nerfs. I didn't think she ended up in that toxic a state. And then Maokai's getting roll adjustments and Udyr's getting build adjustments. I don't know what those mean, but maybe they're trying to make Udyr stop building demonic or something. And that could be a dramatic nerf. Like, we'll see. Misfortune absolutely deserves the nerfs. Hecarim, yeah, could use them. Seraphine untouched, check W. That's fine. Don't change your tree. You finally got a good tree. Tree is good. I think they're trying to buff his jungle. I wouldn't be surprised if that's what they ended up doing, because if you check... Yo, bro, what the fu... Darian! Are you fucking... Alright, we got griefed by Darian, so we'll see. The Brooms raid, I'm getting swept again. Ah, god damn it. I get swept every time. Never expected. Yeah, no worries. Welcome to the stream, guys. We are watching live games from a Gold Catch League, so I can practice analysis of some chaotic games. But our contact here, I mean, I'm allowed to. Yeah, okay. Once he actually gets into game, I will be allowed to see. I will be allowed to watch. But we don't get to see the draft this time. So that's a bit of a shame. Yeah, they're actually just saying, please play Maokai. We like Maokai. Everyone, like, who hates Maokai, right? Nobody hates Maokai. I can't think of a single person who actually hates Maokai. So, like, let him shine a bit. The buffs were good. The buffs were really, really good for him. Although, actually, yeah, let's find out. So if I go here, Lolalytics, I'm pretty sure if I go to Maokai right now, yeah, so his jungle win rate increased a lot, but it's still like 47. I'm sure they want Maokai jungle to be playable. Actually funny that Nami's win rate in solo queue increased because people stopped taking electrocute when it was inappropriate. Yeah, no surprises here. Actually a surprise here that it fell that far, but I would assume it's low sample size. Yeah, whatever. Now that the win rates are stabilizing, none of these are super surprising. This one's a bit surprising, but I guess Rel's always been fine in solo queue, like flat diamond level, right? Thank you once again for the raid. I really appreciate it. I hope I can have some content to put on your screen in like 2 seconds. I am actually bewildered that Maokai Top's win rate went up as far as it did. Because, like, from what I could tell, top lane benefited the lead. Actually, let's get to the bottom of this. Platinum plus, 52. Diamond plus, 52. Master plus? Oh. Well, it's only 2,000 games. Well. It would appear Maokai got better than I thought. He got better wave clear. I mean, yeah, but he got better wave clear. That's true. He got more damage to defend himself with. Both of those were very, very big. Those would objectively make Maokai a better top laner. Like a much better top laner, actually. But my concern with the changes was that they didn't address Maokai's mana issues. So he would still be obligated to go into an early tier and struggle at that part of the game. And he didn't receive as much damage as I had thought. Like, once I started playing support, I'm like, oh wow, I don't actually have. Although, he would be hitting targets who are... He is hitting targets that actually have more health than I would be in support Maokai. So he is gaining more damage. Okay. Finally, we get to start. What the fuck is this? How did this get drafted? Okay, blue... The blue comp is going in so many directions. You got to bully a Fiora? I think that Fiora might have been bad. I think there's a very strong chance that Fiora was just really bad. Yeah. What do we have? We have a Sejuani jungle on red who is obligated to play for Maokai, so no one really benefits from killing Kennen. That's a big deal. Because it's too hard for her to lock down Talon, and because it's too hard for her to kill anyone bot lane without E setup. Until she has ultimate, in which case it's possible, but still hard. I think Talon could be killed post 6 on blue. Okay, yeah, they have a flank team fight, like... Okay, so they have Nocturne, who limits you to, like, pick and dive. And then they have Kennen, who's, like, the purest form of flank. But the two can work together as long as Nocturne initiate... Okay, so there's some interplay there that I didn't think about before. But then there's also Talon. Talon is in this comp. It's the game you sent me for magic damage footage. That's awesome. Thank you. By the way, thank you for everyone who's sending me clips. I didn't get the chance to thank you all individually. It's coming along nicely. I'm just trying to get my work. My last week was kind of rough, so I'm trying to get my workflow like running properly again. It'll probably take some time for the magic damage video to come out. That is a long video, and it takes a lot of edits. Like it's storyboarded, the voiceover is recorded, and it's all in. But it's gonna take me time to do the rest of the audio and make all of the. I have to make a lot of graphics for this. Like... Blitzhook is like, oh, is it 1100 or is it 1300? I think it's probably 1100. Okay, so Wolven gets yet another Seraphine game. Zeri Yumi is a bit outdated. However, if Zeri is allowed to free hit, she's still a very strong AD carry. Like, numbers are meaningless. We are in silver. Okay, it outranges Caitlyn Q. Is that good enough for you?
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Uh-oh, they might catch Maokai here. They might catch Maokai if they go in from the top, as they should.
30 seconds
Yep.
until minions spawn.
Oh, wrong path for Maokai. Flash. Okay. Wow. Oh, it's 11:15. Then I think it doesn't outrange Caitlyn Q. It's about the same. If it were 1300, it would have. I think there is a genuine chance that at level 6 on solo lanes, Crusaders can just roll this game because this is such an honest, extreme front to back. I was fairly certain Kate Q is 1100. They know where Becky's starting. This is a normal, stable game. We don't have to talk about crazy level 1s. So, it's cross-map. I don't know about the invade dynamics in this matchup, but I'd be very surprised if Nocturne or Sejuani, like, really pivoted from getting their level 6, unless they had a volatile lane. Right? And top lane's not volatile. It's Kennen pushing, for sure. Bot lane's not volatile. We don't expect a lot to happen unless Nautilus just goes insane, but then Seraphine doesn't have a lot of damage to back him up. The most dangerous lane is mid, but it's not like it's a melee versus melee. And it appears that Sejuani is either 5 camping or 3 camping here. Why are you allowed to get away with that? What a disrespectful position. Oh, actually, that makes sense. So, it looks like Maokai players are... I saw this on Little Analytics too, and I didn't really process it. It looks like they are starting tier so that their weakest power trough is only 1 moment in the game rather than 2. That's Zeri with no E. She's gonna have to... She doesn't have flash. She's gonna die. Wow. That shouldn't happen. Okay, so, and that's the lane that Becky is pathing away from, even, like, and now they can just back off, so they're not under threat by Sejuani. Darian didn't get the combo he was hoping for here. Even starting shield. I mean, the tier probably makes you very, very, very weak, but, oh, buddy. Okay, Darian. Okay. He's somehow alive. He didn't get his kill, but he's alive. And he's denied none of this from Victor, but it's even slow pushing back to him, especially now that Sejuani's doing that. Mainly been relying on biscuits for mana. That's a humongous feels bad, and you would really prefer to not do that. This map guy's doing it too. Becky, this is like last, but oh my god. Actually might find something here. Maokai's no flash. Beautiful flash from Lingling, okay. Becky just gets scared. I mean, did he not have spell shield? I think he must. No, he didn't. Okay. Zeri is just a hook magnet down here. So far, it's looking like Crusaders are just lane gapping everywhere, which is naturally going to make it impossible for Sejuani to play the game. So when the two are kind of handshaking on hitting level 6, well, Sejuani's not. Now she's actually finishing her Krugs because she's failed to recall for Bombies, which is too important for that champion. So now Nocturne should also generate an advantage. I think I'm going to need to see... I'm not convinced Maokai top is as good as its win rate says. I'm not convinced yet. Sejuani finds a miracle kill. That was like the only thing that could have happened for her to win that. Wait, did Kennen... I mean, Kennen... Hang on, we gotta check something. No shot! No way. No. I don't have another game to watch immediately after this, so we can, like, back as much as we want. Look. They kill Maokai, right? Wave is, I believe... Yeah, Wave is slightly pushing. No! How greedy is this, though? And then he dies. Only possible way to die. Okay, so that's giving some gold to the Falcons back a little bit, but that's not the end of the world. We can deal with it. This invade will always get him killed. Yeah, don't invade wolves, guys, by the way. Wolves are the most dangerous camp to invade in the game. Yeah, exactly this. I wasn't watching the start of it because I was so fixated. Becky is about to be either very based or very cringe. And there's no in between. Depends on the next item. We're watching Talon here. Nautilus jacks the kill, unfortunately. Not really anything more to do. I mean, except Yumi's exhaust for free. Okay, that's a kill. Seraphine gets it. Talon jumping in on 2 HP. Maybe not the best move. Gets mind control. That just looks like it's losing. Yeah. Okay, yeah. See, so the problem is, see, I'm not paying any attention, so I've got to actually like. I'm looking at these. When I get too caught up in itemization, I stop paying attention to the game, and that's not okay. Okay, so Sejuani is seen top lane. Now, it takes Becky a while, but he then decides to take the Gromp, and then additionally take the... Ah, that was your undoing, Becky. This is the most dangerous camp to invade in the entire game. Wave is almost done here. Sejuani is very likely to come back soon because of the time that's passed. And I think the initial invade was good, but the rest wasn't. So, the rest of the team starts to rotate because Talon's wave has crashed, and Victor's basing at a terrible, or roaming at a terrible time, right? He wasn't necessary for killing Becky. And they're just going for it. Everyone's on that. Nautilus's auto catch value. And this is just greed from Blue, right? Like, they've already salvaged the situation. They're already playing it slow. They already find Sejuani. It's very well played here. But, like, jumping in on that HP is awful. The hook misses. Seraphine doesn't have nearly as much damage as Zeri. Yeah. It's forced. It's very forced. Oh, wait a minute. This is the part of the fight that we didn't see. Oh my god, is he based? Is Becky based? Well, the gameplay here is cringe because that was an overchase into an overchase into an overchase. They really want bloodshed, don't they? Linda Bloom is setting up for a kill. It's very close. It actually might be here. Yeah. Better. Flash. My expectation is that Dragons should be going for... Or not Dragon. Crusaders should be going for Dragon right now, is why I got confused. Instead, Darian's using his shove lock to try to kill Sejuani, who has too much damage for him. And yeah, okay. It does look like a Bork. That's the based one. I was afraid of Eclipse. That would have been cringe. Bork is not typically what I would go. Well, because what would you go after? Is it Bork Stride anyway? Or is it... That was... I think they might be having a little too much fun, guys. Oh, wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, but that wasn't scheduled, was it? Guys, I have to turn off this game right now. Oh my god, they were scheduled. Fuck! Fuck, 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 fuck. I have to turn off this game right now. Right now. Yeah, Crusaders are on mainstream. I cannot broadcast that. I didn't even notice. I planned out, I like made a note before I went here, like who's playing on stream and when, right? So Razorbacks were game 1, and I knew that, but I didn't even notice. I don't know how I didn't notice that Darian's team would be on stream today. So yeah, I cannot watch that game. We have to swap the Sonics, which is unfortunately 15 minutes in progress. Fuck. That's such a bad mistake from me. I can't do that. I wish I'd noticed earlier, because when did he send me a DM? He sent me a DM, yeah, about 5 minutes ago. It's like after the game had started, and probably after that death that we just watched, come to think. That threw everything off a lot. Now, yeah. Okay, so what did I just join to? I joined to an Ezreal Yuumi. Hecarim the Udyr trade was made. Seraphine was presumably banned. There's a team fight happening. Yeah, I just need to get my bearings. Okay, I need to get my bearings. I don't do very well when I'm thrown off that part. Okay, so how far back am I allowed to go here? Not very far at all. We have a Varus mid, who's very far behind into Orianna.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
No, I'm too rattled. Shit. Yeah, then I should have been watching this one the entire time. No wonder it took them so long to get in the game. They were waiting for production. Shit. And what sucks is, like, this game's already won, so I can't really talk about it. Like, this game's a stomp. You'll have to excuse me for a moment, chat. I don't do very well when my plans are disrupted, so I'm gonna have to figure out what to do now. I'm gonna leave the game on here while I think about it. Not. So I lost access to that game because it was the stream game. This game is too far gone for something. So what that means is we technically have two options, right? Either way, we're gonna have to wait for this game to be done. So I could talk. We could field questions while we're watching this game. And when that's done, I can watch Darian's Game 2 and Sonic's Game 1. Sonic's Game 1 was the stream game, but we will no longer be watching it live. So then it's okay to rebroadcast. So yeah, we still have Darian's Game 2 and Sonic's Game 1. Yeah, okay. There's still practice. Oh, Jesus, that was a big ult. Now, I'm also noticing that my focus is waning a little bit, so I'm gonna have to do something about that. Yeah, okay. Okay, I will be back in 2 seconds. Yeah.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
Okay, yeah. I'll be back in like 2 seconds. I'm gonna leave this game on for you. Because what I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to exercise for a little bit. I'm gonna go. I have water. Good. Exercise, small snack. Manage my focus. We'll pick a game after. I will message my players. I need your game 2.raffle. I will need your game 1.raffle and time to go. Raffle. Not game 3. Okay, that's dealt with. I'm going to get a snack. I'm going to move. I come back. focus should be returned, and if this game is still ongoing, we'll probably do like a Q&A if you guys want to know.
I'll be right under
Aced. A summoner has disconnected.
Alright. Whew!
Sneaky, sneaky.
Exercise. Banana. My cat fell in the sink and got soaked. Exciting stuff. How's this game going, guys? You enjoying this one? We have to keep this one casual because I don't get to watch the whole thing. Yeah, I feel much better. Okay, wrench in the works. You stole Urgon's Penta? God damn! That's so rude. How could they do that to poor Urgot? Let me guess, Luden's Yumi took it. It is Q-Fax, I knew it. Aw. I need to try Leandry's Yumi at some point. I've heard decent things about it. Like, I've heard if you're going AP Yumi, it's the way to go. It checks out to me, like sustained damage. Makes a lot of sense to me, actually. Because you're not getting anything else to force for the 10. Well, that is pure desperation. Oh no! It's just Yumi! It's just Yumi!
Ace.
She doesn't know what to do. She's like, I've never been in this position before. Alright. Do we chat about anything, or do we just vibe for a little bit? Rest my brain. It is hard to focus 100% while streaming with no breaks, right? Well, Future Fire can't be your generalist anymore. Probably shouldn't have been to begin with, to be honest. If you need anti-heal, yes. I mean, Yumi still has the rest of the Enchanter itemization where it's like, you always have to choose between Redemption, Mikhail's Future Fire, depending on what the situation calls for. Redemption is your default. I would not be surprised if AP Yumi could get away with an early Staff of Flowing Water. I don't hate Flowing Water. Stats are pretty bad, but they're always better than Ardent stats. Yeah, so it probably would be like Dark Seal, Leandry's Redemption as the default, because I can't imagine a second AP item being super good for Yumi. Does anyone have any good short breaks? Like, how do you do a good short break? Because I was just 100% winging it with what I did. Like, I just went downstairs for a banana and a fruit bar and like some squats and jumping jacks. I don't know if that's best. Like, I haven't tried short breaks like this. I don't know. I don't know how to take 5 or 10 minutes off. And to have it be like a meaningful rest. Wow, Sonic gets it. It's gonna be one of those games. Like, if Twitch and Varus together could really work here. The Varus Q missed Sonic though. She's not retaliating. Okay. Okay, it's actually pretty terrifying. A quick ice bath. That sounds really like fast cold shower sounds really good. Unless it's something that requires me to be on camera again immediately afterwards. Guys, you do not want to see my hair when it's wet. It takes forever to dry, and it's not, it doesn't look good. A cold shower is a good one if I'm not streaming. That's a good one. Oh, you'll like water on your face, like Splash Mountain. What I do hot shower that gradually becomes a cold shower. That's what I do. And I love it because first you get to first I get to relax. Like I take my showers in the middle of the day usually. Like my shower comes historically when I get home from work. Now just whenever I finish some major tasks and I feel like I need a break. Wow. They had to get through the Twitch. They had to hit the Twitch. Beautiful, but not enough follow-up. Oh, because Hecarim's not present, and neither is Yuumi. Well, that was pretty good for a 3v5, to be honest. Wait, that healing is atrocious. Okay, so that's actually going to be a kill on Hecarim. No? Oh my god, Hecarim's broken! Varus didn't one-shot him! Dude, watching League when you're not paying attention is so much fun. No, but I like hot showers that become cold showers because first I get the relaxation that I need. Like I get to relax my muscles, I get to zone out and vibe a little bit because my brain is always active. That's why I'm so tired all the time. So I find I get the chance to just kind of relax, and then as it becomes a cold shower, I get the energy. Forgot to build tier and said fuck it. I want DD. I guess you have 1.5 enchanters. So there's kind of no reason not to build damage. Yeah, that's probably it then. Okay, let's just, I'm gonna recap for myself what I learned today. I learned how to really forecast scrappy games. Like, if you have a complete fiesta, how do you read the game? So I have that note. Like, who outscales, who gains the gold from this situation, what are they doing with it? You watch those players to figure out how the game's going to play out. It just becomes about people's mechanics and decisions, like individual players, which is weird. We also learned some stuff about siege and bait and punish comps. Treat it like wrestling commentary. Somebody just gets slammed through a red buff. I just have to make some noise and hype everyone up a bit. I don't know, I'm not super great at hyping people up right now. Actually true, yeah. So, maybe I'll look into that then, because I would assume wrestling commentators, like, you know, so everything can go wrong, and they'll still be talking like it's anyone's game, right?
Red team's inhibitor has been destroyed.
Okay. Oh, to kind of keep the tension up, right? I have a bit of a spoiler for everybody. This game is about to end, and we are going to be able to do a full analysis of another game, like the game 1. Pressing. It's embarrassing that I would make a mistake like that, where I would start watching the stream again. What? What does that flash do, Victoris? They're onto it. Yeah, there's nothing contesting Hacker now. You're so weak. Most indie commentary are garbage. It's hard to be a good indie commentator. Yeah, whatever. He's done. Okay. So, chat, I am preparing Sonic's Game 1 for us. So just excuse me for a moment. I have to go. Yeah, so you need to go. We're going to start by looking at the draft wall. Yeah, okay, we're gonna start by looking at the draft wall. So this was a game against, these are no longer live games, by the way. Oops, here. So it was Astronauts versus Razorbacks. So what happened here? So the Astronauts banned Wukong, Corki, and Seraphine. The Razorbacks banned Viego, Lux, and Amumu, which conspicuously leaves Misfortune. It leaves Hecarim and Udyr. And what are the other, like, big power picks? Well, we can actually see one of them in Tarek being picked. I swear to, I'm forgetting somebody. I'm forgetting somebody who probably should be banned. I'm forgetting somebody. Who is it? Okay, well, whatever. Either way, the Astronauts first pick Misfortune. Responds with Ziggs into Misfortune, which historically hasn't been, like, one of the champions that Ziggs just dumpsters, as far as I know. Because usually Ziggs is good into, like, the hyper carries who take time to come online, and Misfortune is a very good lifesteal rusher. Like, Misfortune is actually very good at rushing BT. Like, actual Bloodthirster. So, that could be problematic for the Ziggs matchup, but they secure Hecarim. The response is Lilia Pike. So they're 100% playing for lane dominance bot lane. Lilia for the Misfortune combo, and I always forget who wins between Lilia and Hecarim. The response to Pike is Tarek. I like having a defensive tank like that into Pike. I don't know how I feel about, like, this kind of, like, poke versus Pike MF sort of thing. Okay, so maybe the Ziggs isn't ideal. Darius and Camille are banned. Azir and Urgot are banned, which does confirm that the Razorbacks do just play Urgot a lot. That's just their main, I'm sure. Conspicuously still no Udyr, and he is still an option for top lane, but then Gangplank is locked. And Gangplank is supposed to threaten the Misfortune immediately, is safe against Lilia, Sleep is a good blind pick, defensive against Pike. What the hell are these comps? Because you have Pyke playing aggro. You have Anivia who can't possibly sustain that. Aatrox also is playing to win lane. Like, Irelia diving into the Anivia. So what, is this artillery dive, but then Taric is here? Because Taric doesn't make sense in the comp here. I don't think Razorbacks have a clear... I don't think anyone has a clear direction. Like, nothing I can tell. So, like, what would that make these comps? I mean, Astronauts have a very clumsy Wombo... Or they have clumsy Wombo partners here with Misfortune Lilia. They have this aggro piece in Pyke, because, like, ultimately that's all he is. Pyke is, like, a tempo champion. With, like, moderate to weak team fight. Aatrox, kind of the same, like, supposed to be a bully who uses that advantage to become, like, a brick shithouse, but there's no real front line, there's no real flank, unless you count Pyke as your flank. And then here... Aurelia thrives in, like, close quarters combat, but these are keep-away champions. Good into the Aatrox, I guess. They could send Gangplank mid into the Anivia. This dives. Hecarim Taric is an insane combo. A lot of Anivia disruption. Like, what are you? Wombo, aggro, like, control, flexible, kind of. I mean, I need to figure out how exactly he's flexible. This is defensive, but defending against who? I guess you. This is good into it. I mean, is it? Okay, whatever. I don't think there's much to take from the draft because I need to be intimately familiar with all of these champions to figure out what the fuck is going on here when it's kind of like a mismatched draft like this. Like, where neither team seems to have an obvious direction. And I just don't have that right now, so. Yeah, we're gonna have to just watch the game. Okay. Oops, wrong one. Here. Astronauts versus Razorbacks. We have an Airy Ziggs from Sonic. I need to hide that so I don't see what happened. I didn't see what happened. We gotta look at, like, individual matchup dynamics. How do these work? Okay, so surely mid lane is fucked, right?
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Like, Irelia doesn't win that, right? Now, I would imagine Gangplank scales very comfortably into Aatrox. There's nothing he can cleanse, but Gangplank isn't phased by the range at which Aatrox is playing. Bot lane has an obvious early advantage, but then I'm also not sure they outscale. The Ziggs probably doesn't in this case, but Taric will outscale Pyke. Plus, they're down to combat some. I don't know. I can't foresee a way for the Razorbacks to comfortably win this game that isn't Gangplank and Hecarim like leveraging the raw strength of their champions. So we're just gonna have to watch how the game plays out then. The junglers start on opposite sides of the map, which does protect Lilia from any potential Hecarim invades, which I imagine are actually a threat now. Ziggs bewilderingly has the shove, and I actually not sure that he wants the shove. GP not running first strike is actually a big problem for Razorbacks. Because they need him online as soon as possible. Like, Gangplank is the most important member of their team, I'm pretty sure. Pyke has Sickle and yet has not even looked like to play this game yet. Hecarim is skipping the the Krugs so that he may 5 camp and get his blue buff faster. Aurelia is actually winning a lot of early trades, which makes sense, but that should change at 6, right? Yeah, Sickle Pyke is gaining some popularity. If you think you can trade a lot, Sickle Pyke is not bad because it's more damage. But it's not easy to stack, right? And we're seeing this Pyke player is playing a little slowly, playing a little patiently. Hecarim, I'm pretty sure, just showed to try to get a double grab. Is slightly behind Lily on farm thanks to the 5 camp decision, but that's okay. Oh yeah, if you find Pyke, if you find poke on Pyke in little situations like that, he actually barely gets Grey Health because he's considered too far away from everyone. So this stupid mechanic that I hate. That's a cookie. Everyone has cookies. Makes sense. New support, from what I've seen, looks pretty competent. There were some funny Nautilus moments, and I wasn't really paying attention to the Yuumi game, but there's a high KDA. Also, this support plays Taric, and I like Taric, so... We're now watching... Snake Knight. It's more damage than I expected, and we can't afford a satchel. Wait, we... Uh-oh. You have no mana! Well, damn. Taric is opting into tier this game, so we will see a Thimble Taric. Sonic, you need to fucking leave. I don't know what happened here, such that a TP Ziggs would not accept a wave pushing into him. I might just use that for a recall, but... Yeah, me too. Because now they're allowed to buff my champion, right? Okay, so I think Sonic really blundered her TP usage here, in not using it. Wait, guys, you really don't need this. I mean, as played, maybe they do. Maybe they do need it. It's... Oh, I don't like it. You know, likey. That's what I expected to see. Let's see if you hit 6. Trades that look more like that. She is lower than I expected, though. Both supports lurking here. I watch the map. That's right. Watch the junglers. Lilia has been full clearing. Hecarim has been forced to spend some time doing some other things. I think they lose this. Wait, really? Pyke has no cooldowns? Pyke has no cooldowns. Okay. Well, that's really good for the Razorbacks. That's really good for the Razorbacks. Aatrox is here at, like, probably the last possible moment he can be. Yeah, he's gonna lose a wave for it, but... Actually, when did he choose to run? Let's see. Aatrox left after crashing. Okay, he roamed immediately, but GP is going to set it to neutral. So Aatrox can still take a short roam to mid, but I think he waited for an opportunity, right? Meanwhile, the 80 carry, I'm just trying to keep my eye on the mini-map. I have to know what's going on. I have to know what's going on. And story of this game so far, we're only 7 minutes in, there's been 3 fatalities. Story of this game so far, Control Shift Z. And as far as you want. The story of this game so far, there's not a lot that's happened beyond the questionable drafts. Really, the only thing of note that has happened was the poor wave management bot lane. That was an early flash. She panicked. Yeah. Someone's gonna have to go over Ziggs MF with me at some point, but it's not the kind of matchup that screams pick Ziggs. Ah, hey Sonic, how are you doing? Yeah, sorry we're watching this game, but I need the practice, and I lost 2 games because I accidentally started watching the stream game and had to bail out, which means swapping to your game, I lost 15 minutes of yours. Ugh. The goal is to interact as little as possible, but I get that, but if the goal is to interact as little as possible, why not pick something that scales better? Like, Ziggs' wave clear is not bad, but Misfortune's actually something that can resist your... Sorry, Ziggs' scaling isn't bad, but Misfortune can resist your wave clear a bit. Misfortune's one of the best lifesteal rushers in the game. Yeah, I wouldn't really want to dive 1v2 either, because that insinuates the supports are off doing something more urgent. Okay, so this matchup mid is a lot more volatile than I gave it credit for. I thought it would be really Anivia favored, but it's not as extreme. There's an objective trade happening on the map, which makes sense because of where everyone... Yeah, everyone started opposite to each other. I wonder if that's a trend, actually, if junglers path opposite to each other and are uninterrupted for most of their clears, don't lose tempo. How often do you trade objectives? It's probably pretty often. I'll have to look into that at some point. Oh! I looked back and all of a sudden we have a goddamn... okay, Gangplank should have cleansed the Drowsy. And then wouldn't have taken extra damage. But he's... So now, okay, so this is the situation where it's like, yeah, MF is solo because Tarek is here and Pyke made a cross-map roam to accommodate the... Wait, the... No. I gotta know how that one happened. I can't be taking notes like this. Okay. So it's a Drake for Herald trade. Drake obviously finishes first. Pyke decides that he actually has the right to mess with that. Pyke is trying to fight here. So that's what's happening. Meanwhile, Misfortune's just kind of taking whatever CS she can get. She's not going to shove anything. Her wave's not doomed for doing it either way. Because Pyke wanders here, I guess he just decides that Hecarim should approach a pushing wave. What's pushing for them now? Yeah, they're just trying to force with numbers here because they know Hecarim's here. They know Misfortune's. They're playing to... But Nivea's not ready. It feels a little random. But I guess that just means you need to ask, like, where is Pyke? Where is he? What's going on? Okay, so the astronauts are pulling ahead because they're making some unexpected roams, because they're getting more following the objective trade. The catastrophe of the bot lane wave management earlier has been pretty much nullified. There's still a gold advantage because of the kills generated from it, but it's not that bad anymore. Oh, yeah, and if your ulti isn't on you, then it makes perfect sense that Aurelia would pretty much kill you right away. That's not worth your flash. We have Lilia. Is Lilia even... I'm not watching the fucking junglers. I'm just watching the matches. What song is this? This is not... Oh my god, this actually is on Session Star Guardian Lilia. Well, I do need to adjust the music, so I just have to try. I saw Lilia was clearing up from her. She recalled, like, took top camps and then came off, right? Let's put on Vi. This is too loud.
A little something from Targa.
Well, Sessions Talia was like the most upbeat, high-energy sessions that they put out, so it does make sense. But we need to focus on the game, not the music. We need to focus on what's going to come next, where everyone is, what they should do next. So, we have Razorbacks on a recall, as astronauts are just taking the spoils from whatever top lane situation developed up there. They're moving their members towards the bot side of the map. But not all. Lilia's just farming. Misfortune is dealing with a wave that will crash. Yes, a wave that will crash. Recalling, there's no like active plays on the map. So this means that Razorbacks also have an opportunity. But again, we've just said there's no objectives up. So it's just... They found Gangplank, who is dead. That seems very... Oh my god, that seems very difficult to predict. Wait, you're killing mid too? Okay, let's go back here and see how I could have seen that one coming. So I'm looking at this as though they're going to make big macro plays, but there's actually nothing to play for. All the buffs are gone. All the objectives are gone. You can just play for vision, or you can just try to kill someone. Right. So then who's on the map and where? Misfortune just based... But, like, nobody's really on the map at all, which actually does mean that Pyke has no incentive to do anything but look for a kill. Like, that's his whole champion. He's always looking for kills. So I wonder if Pyke has a warp fast. Or I wonder if any engaged support would have gone for the same play. Because what else are they going to do when they have free time and there's no risk of Hecarim? I mean, do they know there's no risk of Hecarim being there? If there's no risk of Hecarim being there, it makes perfect sense to attack top. At which point, Razorbacks... I mean, now we're talking at a level that gold players are not going to be thinking at, like, obviously, but... Which means that the best thing for Razorbacks would be to recognize that some... Oh, okay, staggered recalls create small skirmishes. Right? Is that true? That must be true. Although if I were Gangplank, I would also have expected Aatrox to recall there. That just makes sense. Alliteration's always awful. Okay, because now the Drake is spawned, so now there's actually something you want to do, right? Hecarim and Irelia both exert meaningful flank pressure, but none of it is flank pressure that goes over walls. One of them needs to be Taric bound if they choose to fight for it. They're not, though. They're noticeably weaker at 7 and 2, so they're sacrificing this early objective to go for a top dive. It's not bounty hunting, but it is cashing out an objective. Hecarim should take aggro. They're stacking for... Oh, no. Oh, no, 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 no. Okay, that probably lost the game. Diving Aatrox is possible. It is possible. 100%. But that probably lost the game. Because that was... It makes sense to me to trade a second Drake. If you are noticeably behind and they're only getting their second Drake, give it, do something cross-snap. Diving zone. Oh, you're dead. You no need to rush. Actually, interacting as little as possible. If that's the rationale for picking Ziggs, that fully unlocked Pyke. Because how do you threaten Misfortune? Misfortune hasn't been changed so drastically that BT second would become bad. So... I still think that's what she should build in this game. Oh, excuse me. What do we do? What do we do in this position? Aurelia's on Trinity. That's not even like... It's max damage, but that's not good sustain. And it's a pick. Wow, wait a minute. Wait, wow! Wow, Hecarim! The Ziggs bomb healed him! Look! Plus Triumph. It wasn't a big heal, but like... What's up, Ben? Overwatch supports shooting their teammates, yeah. Okay, so... Let's go back to this. Because we have a team who's, like, noticeably behind, right? We have a team who is noticeably behind. If I had to do an analyst desk segment right now, right? If I had to do a segment at this moment because they paused and the casters needed a break. The story of this game so far, right? Draft doesn't really do anything proactive. We had a very gradual snowball coming out from Pyke, like as he's unlocked from the bot lane. And it felt like, yeah, it really feels like it was like just small mistakes compounding over and over and over and over again from Razorbacks until their Gangplank, who's the most important member of their team, got taken out of the game completely. And I don't hate their recovery play. I think the recovery play was sound. It just backfired. So yeah, that's where I would start. That's where I would start a segment. And now we're in this position where I feel like Hecarim's just a really fucking strong champ. Is this funny thing? The flash doesn't look good, but they're playing for kills. They're playing for tiny advantages. They're not keeping track of where anyone is. Bowling ball isn't dodged, so. But they commit. they commit onto this that if Hecarim can survive, he's not Taric bound. It looks fine. They have an Anivia behind, and that's not a champion who can realistically flank very well. Orange. Ah, Lilia's just hitting too much. So the numbers advantage is compensated for by just wallet size. And now it's doomed. And now the game was like very close to over before, but I think it's like actually over now. Uh-oh. Normal Ravenson jungle diff? Yeah! Of course. Ben, we're just practicing some analysis off the chaotic VAD game. Okay. Don't tell Gur. Don't tell Gur, right? I accidentally started watching the stream game in game 3. I didn't realize it was the stream game. I got a DM from Darian. I'm like, fuck! I had to turn it off immediately. Because I'm like, yo, bro, where is my link? Like, why are you not inviting me? What the fuck, dude? And then 10 minutes later, after his second death in-game, he's like, oh, it's the stream game. I checked the Razorbacks, right? I knew Razorbacks were on stream game 1, so I didn't watch them. Like, fuck. Ah, yeah, you're the hacker. Yeah, I checked before I went live, so I knew which, because I'm following Crusaders and I'm following Razorbacks, because those are the homies. So I swear to God, I checked them both, but the Crusaders text is so green that it's so dark green, I didn't read it properly. Or it was like, or maybe the master sheet changed. Actually, hang on, no, I want to know if the master sheet changed. I want to know. Because I looked it up on the master sheet like 3 or 4 days ago. I actually wouldn't know if it changed. I wouldn't know how to check. Alright, whatever. Let's go back to this game. So, we've been through a few... I guess I have to figure out what happens when both teams have kind of a directionless comp. Where they just have like fragmented pieces of synergies.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
Because that's something that's missing from me. Because all I could say now was that I didn't love Razorback's draft, but that Astronauts wasn't super cohesive either. So they're going for their dive play again, except this time for some reason it's Misfortune topside. Because they have to concede that Drake because they'll never win a direct fight. Aurelia is too vulnerable to the Anivia now. There's the bowling ball. Oops. God, Lilia's such a pain in the ass. Great unstoppable from Hecarim. They are, yeah. They're making smart plays, but then like right at the end they're getting caught. Like Lilia is so good at running over
Blue team's turret
in
has been
games like
destroyed.
this. These tiny overextensions. That's the Quinn pike right there. Let's actually, yeah, okay, so their default response to doing something is to cross-map the objective. So the three things you can, the three big things that I'm trying to make a list of like what types of plays are available to you when you're like super far behind, right? They're all going to be unreliable, they're all going to be trading down, but there's something. So you can, I mean, there's just cheese. You stand next to something desirable and you just hope someone walks by. There's the combo. If you have like one really good combo, you can play for specifically that. But also probably the most reliable is like a cross map, which is exactly this. They know they're never going to fight in advance, so they're just trying to set up the opposite side of the map to their opponents, trying to find something. Trade Drake for tier 2. Try to find a kill if anyone's farming there. Don't send everybody too. They're leaving people behind to defend against pushes. Watch our Ducks Hornet games. God, I can't because I can't be impartial in that. I mean, I'm not impartial here. I'm biased. I want Red to win, but because I'm playing, then the goals would be completely screwed up. I wouldn't be able to, like, I think I would really struggle to, like, follow the story of the game when I would just be trying to watch my own mistakes. Although maybe it's a good exercise to watch my own gameplay, but from the analyst's desk position. Maybe I should try it. Huh. Now that seems random. It looks like they're trying to pick off Hecarim. Wow, really? So yeah, and I need to separate my learning objectives from like what's actually happening in the game, because since I'm building knowledge about playing from behind, right? Which means that the story of this game should also include what the Razorbacks are doing to try to recover. Because they are putting up a good effort. Like, they're making plays that make sense. For the most part. Wizrak, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime. I really appreciate it. Welcome back to Quinn. 14 months, man. Damn. Very kind of you. I'm doing well. I'm trying to keep my attention up. I am learning right now how to properly build up an analyst desk narrative when the games are chaotic and hard to track. Games like this take a lot more attention, and I don't always have that attention, and I'm working on building that attention. But it's very difficult. And a tier 1 from Ben, too. Thank you very much, Ben. Really appreciate it. Very generous of you. Don't start a hype train. Oh my god, it is a scam train. You guys actually have a hype train going. Lilia fishing. You don't have to keep the hype train going. I remember, like, the biggest hype train we ever got, it actually went to level 5, and we were playing the Simpsons Hit and Run. Like, what? Oh, hang on. Wiz, you don't have to do that. You don't have to gift a sub. You know that, right? Thank you very much. I appreciate it a lot. We have a Drake spawning in 30 seconds, and the best that they have is in Aurelia split push, and she really should commit. She really should commit. Although I don't think she feels like she can because this one is sold. So they're probably going to go for a desperation team fight instead. And the only thing they can really do there is, like, they had to play for specifically an invincible Hecarim engage with Ziggs and Gangplank ults to supplement. Didn't even help. Gangplank as a flanker is not great. This is fine, but Tarek needs to ult waste. Okay! Oh my god, it worked. Combo. I'm building a framework for playing from behind, and I'm watching it play out in real time. Granted, games where mistakes occur often. That's it. Games where mistakes occur often are the best places to reliably find footage of playing from behind successfully. I'm not supposed to look at pro games because pro games don't get in this state. I'm supposed to look at like shit Fiesta VAD games. And then I just see examples of like wacko shit that people try. That's the combo. That's the combo that they needed to initiate with, and it worked. That's so fantastic. Huge swing, huge momentum swing. Look at the vision they have. They are almost perfectly set up. Like, Lily actually has to be kind of scared here if her Pike is recalling. It is likely that they'll recall, but it doesn't matter. LCS, now we have... This is the real exciting one. I mean, I am an advocate for studying all levels of play, right? I very regularly watch, like... Whoops. Academy and ERLs and that sort of stuff. Because I think that level of play, is where you most often see pocket picks. So if you're trying to research specific champions. Can we watch some salty Teemo? Okay, that one's a little... probably closer. Yeah, so Ben called me Challenger Brain the other day, and I appreciate the compliment, but it's not true. I'm nowhere near Challenger Brain yet. We're getting closer, though. We're getting closer every day. So Misfortune ended up going LDR second. Now, I still want to advocate for the BT here. Challenger Brain, silver hands, it evens out to bot. Perfect. I'm working on my Pike. Like, Pike is the champion I need to play right now. I love those misdirections. I love doing that. Yeah, Pike is the champion I need to play right now because he requires patience, he requires aggression, and he requires hands. It's perfect. Cool satchel to try to keep Aatrox out of there in case he gets another dash up. Yeah, but Prisma, your win rate is still very positive. So if your MMR is preventing you from properly climbing, then take the time to learn instead. I'm a similar way in Legends of Runeterra. Like, I know I can get good at that game and hit like at least a pot probably, but I don't play. I mean, I've got like a number of diamond friends in that game, so. Well, one who is like regularly diamond and two who can absolutely hit it if they try. Yeah, then fuck it, Prisma, you're not climbing. So just take the time to build your pool and learn some stuff and really just embrace the ride, right? How's your Kale coming along? Are you close? Are you close to comfortable on that? Kitty, aww. Kitty is better than LP, yeah. Dude, it was so intimidating to go up against like Masters lore players as basically a new player. Perfect. Glad to hear. So, the game stagnated a lot, which is actually not terrible. Razorbacks weren't able to push the advantage they got too much from that. Baron is still on the table, nobody claimed it. So now the Drake is spawning again, and they have to do the same thing again. And they're going to be looking for the same combo because astronauts are going to struggle to break that. They're also not here first, and they also don't have the vision advantage. And now Lilia, don't get picked. Hecarim's gonna get hit here. No, Aurelia's getting hit. Engage on this. This is your window. This is your window. No, don't link to Aurelia. No. Oh, this is fucked. I think Hecarim mistimed it. And that is surely the end of Razorbacks. The recovery method is combo, right? Although the fight's looking playable if Gangplank stays alive, but he can't. Damn. That was a big sleep. That was a big sleep. But my biased perspective didn't let me see it in the moment. So I might not have spoken about that sleep on the analyst desk, when I should. Because I'm supposed to pick player of the game! I'm supposed to pick player of the games. I'm supposed to vote. I'm supposed to do MVP voting. That's another one of my jobs. I need to constantly keep that at the back of my mind and be looking for it. Like, who would I vote on each team? Who would I vote on each team? I mean, right now, this feels like a game that's being kind of like... Pike and Lilia are absolutely in contention. I think Lilia has to take it now. And on the other side, I guess I would just vote Hecarim. I guess. Just vote for you? That's a good candidate. I mean, they can't really... Oh, wait, they can go for it again. Look at Tarek's cooldown. Hey, wait, guys, did Tarek buy a tier and then sell it later? I wouldn't be too surprised if he did, like, for lane. It's not bad. It's not great either. Nibia gets caught. Or, Aurelia gets caught, got it. Okay, this should end the game now. There's no reason for them to not fight here. Sleep is still available. Yeah, Sonic goes to sleep. Hecarim fighting stopped. Oh my god! They're collapsing well. It's messy. Sonic probably doesn't have the DPS for this. Okay, that was a very bad... You know what? This is a game, because it's VAD level, and I'm not trying to be too strict on them. If it went to analyst desk, I could be pretty positive about both teams. Right? I wouldn't have to criticize anything too deeply. I would talk specifically about the bot lane push that generated the initial snowball, like the bot lane wave states, and like the matchup that got Pike onto the map more, how it shut down the Gangplank. I would talk about how Razorbacks made several solid attempts to cross map for advantages from behind, and then it ultimately comes down to like teamfight execution, and that's when I would have to be better at like reading teamfights in the moment, so we can practice more of that. Yeah, it's not unheard of. Support role is kind of weird because you don't have the budget for that, but like the tier also clogs slots, and Fimbulwinter is a good Tarek item. Frankly, it's probably better for Ziggs to have anti-heal than Tarek right now. It's just about who procs it most easily, right? Yeah, it's funny because Fimbul's actually quite good, but I guess people have decided that the power drop here isn't worth it in a lot of cases. Because like, there's been a decline of it on Ornn. That was a panic. That was 100% a panic move. I mean, now we're just... Razorbacks had a genuine shot of getting themselves back in the game, but it stagnated. And when it stagnates, you just end up in the... Oh! Uh-oh. This doesn't look like the combo you need to win the game. Ouch. This should be end. Yeah, they should have pushed the mid. Okay, good. I have the narrative of this game. I'm getting better at building those overviews and keeping track of it all. But I need more teamfight specifics. I need more teamfight specifics. So how do I get that? I'm gonna have to ask... I'm gonna have to ask Gurf for replays. I think he can deliver that for me. No, I have the means to rewind on my own as long as I have control. Footage. Okay, so that was Astronauts versus Razorbacks, and that one went well, I think. We now have... Where's this going? We now have one more game to watch. This is game 2. So that was... We now have the second game of Crusaders. That was the game where they had this monster draft that should never lose, ever, ever, ever. Yeah, so for everyone who didn't see this draft when I looked at it for the first time, right? Just look for 2 seconds. Just look at it. How does Red play the game? This is disgusting. Like, what I'm looking at up here is disgusting. It's not okay. They got Udyr, Seraphine, Sona. The one guy who can do anything about them, because they have Ashnod on the spot lane, the one guy who can do anything damage-wise, loses to Zed. Stop. No. Stop. No. You guys are infuriating. Okay. Anyway, here's that game. We're gonna watch that game. So, we already know who I think should win. I think it is very clear the single target blow-up requires Sona to play really badly. Either Sona or Zed. If Zed really screws up too, sure, then you can kill Zed. But somebody has to make a really, really bad mistake to be vulnerable to Red Team's comp. I say specifically Sona because the way these fights should be playing out is Camille and Zed are setting up on flanks, and so Sona's the most logical target.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
So Red Team has to be an obligate pick comp. They are forced to play for pure picks, and that is the only way they can win the game. If they find those, it's possible. So, because this is such a cut and dry draft, because it's so obvious how the game should be playing out, then we spend the game, as I'm building like the narrative for this game, we spend the game just looking for those patterns. Which team should you be rooting for? You should be rooting for Blue Team. We like Darwin Theory. And I also like Becky Rita, because Becky Rita is my partner on, or one of my partners on the VTS analyst desk. And Darian's our friend. Except he's playing Zed, so he might end. You never know. Junglers are starting same side. And here is the... Okay, so... No, that shouldn't happen. I'm sure you have a lot of insightful things to say, Frisba. I mean, if that's serious, guys, we can use Flannel for that. You guys can learn production stuff if you want to. That's the whole point of that server now, is to be a study group and to give people space to develop skills. As long as it's rumbable. Yeah, so this is expected. We get the shove mid. Getting the shove bot isn't... I guess it's auto attacks. Maybe Seraphine kind of needs some help. But at the same... Yeah, no, she just lost. We lost on Flash, that's it. Camille has more threat into Scion, probably 1 level 1 trades. She needs to save her cooldowns and get 3 as soon as possible. Oh, she doesn't have hookshot. Oh, she doesn't have hookshot. Okay, now she does, now she does, now she does. She lives. Yeah. Wave isn't great. She lives. Yeah, casting is fun. It's fun to be on a desk. It's fun to get that experience, like, working with stuff like this. But it takes effort, too. Small trades from Zed. Oh, okay, never mind. A little more than a small trade. Contempt from the week. Are we getting one? No, we're not. But still an excellent trade. You get far too nervous? Well, that's the thing, guys. I was really nervous on my first week of the analyst desk. Really nervous. But they looked for me because I was qualified. So I just needed to get some experience doing it. And then it felt good. We're watching the junglers. Viego taking that time. I mean, what did Viego do? Did he... Oh, so he must have done 3 camp bot into topside. Now, what the hell's going on in the jungle? I want to watch that. Looks like Becky actually got half of it. Solo kill top lane. Okay. Just spontaneous design. I don't have any need to fight there. Actually, it was his slow push, so that's a big deal. Now, Camille's shitty wave clear can't do anything about this, so just take the base, match TP, and start freezing on him now. Because you have Sheen advantage. Yeah, so that's probably how top lane's going to play it. So as we're watching that, Becky hasn't based for a subsequent clear. This could backfire. No, he's running. He's running. Okay, they're fine. They're fine. They're fine. Now, there is no dragon window, and if Viego was like really... If Viego really desired... no, never mind. No, bot lane does not push at all. So there's nothing here. 2.5 minutes until Herald. It looks like they're actually trying to gank here. I don't like the number of auto attacks being spent on the creep. I think they could have gotten it in. That's catastrophic. That's a kill, no? That's a kill. Wow. And now that's Drake, because Becky still hasn't based. Top lane didn't play out exactly as predicted, but it's Camille trading on her slow push, which is still favorable. Mid lane's been quiet, but I'm sure if we actually watched everything playing out, they're fighting for their goddamn lives in that lane. Just not actually trading. They're like, both players have to be kind of stressed in Zed Victor, I think, in lane at least. Especially now that Zed has 6. Actually, yeah, Victor has to be very stressed. Yeah, they're looking. Oh, he committed. He committed without checking for younglers. Or Yaports. That was kind of spicy, though. Wins W. Oh my god, Darian! Darian! Fuck! Now he's gonna try to do that in my solo queue games with him. Shit! Or worse, our flex queue games. Okay, but surely you're happy with taking a recall when your wave looks like that, right? I'm actually curious, because I was surprised to see Nautilus there too. So I'm actually going to rewind this a little bit, because this is our last game of the night and we don't have to. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Darian is playing at the exact level where he just shits on people. You go any higher than this and his bad habits get punished, But he noticed that people do not punish him here, so he just goes for shit. He is very, very confident in VAD. Okay, so here's the play, right? And I was looking for Nautilus. Ah, ha 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 ha! He's coming out of base. He's coming out of base. Okay, I mean, that's simple. I don't know how I didn't notice that. So bot lane. So mid lane has to care about jungle paths plus
The test of
every other wave state, right? Before they go for major committal trades like this. Because it actually makes perfect sense that Nautilus would be here. Because your jungler isn't threatening a dive. And if your jungler isn't threatening a dive bot here, then Nautilus doesn't have any urgency. So you gotta wait until you know where he is. Now that being said, he just like grossly outplayed that. I'm just trying to get a sense of like how to play mid lane again. Kind of funny free damage there. I think he was just pushing for more because he knows he's going to recall, so his health can't matter. But it also does bad things to his wave. Knowing you can get away with stuff is a significant skill. Yeah, it is a skill that I don't have. I'm playing 4D chess against people who are playing checkers sometimes. And so I just outplay myself like often. I hesitate, I think for a long time. I'm like, oh, but here, this, and this, so we can't go for that. Actually, yeah, I'm pretty busy a lot of the time, but if we find a good time for that, maybe. Oh, hang on, I shouldn't be on double speed now. This is new footage. So they do. So there's this again. Darian's going for the all-in, but gets stunned. And the CC chain lasts forever. So, and now there's a Viego ult this time, so he does get killed. Yeah, but the thing is, I'm not like. I don't know. Something happened to me with mid lane. I'm mental blocked with mid lane, and so like, I don't even know what to tell my mid laners right now. And I don't have the time to really get good at off-roll again right now. Because I desperately need to make time to just relax, right? And playing League isn't relaxing. Not to me. Playing League is very fun, but it's not relaxing. We're now watching Viego path to his Krugs. Udyr's moving up for a Herald play, but supports are not ready. We're about to discover Viego. The Scion ult missed, which is a big deal. They have to go on Viego. They have to go on specifically Viego. Camille has ultimate, ready to do that. Ignite comes out. Beautiful. So now the rest of the play is winning. The 2v2 is weak. Viego is going Bork. What the fuck was that? Meanwhile, Zed gets ganked by the Nautilus because they're not. Oh, no! 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 That's so depressing. I think he's probably really mad. It's pronounced Udyr, as far as I can tell. Or I've been saying Udyr forever. Udyr? Utter. So, okay, the game is going in the direction that we expected, but there's some bumps. There's some bumps in the road because Nautilus is finding very effective roams. They are catching They are catching Darien with his pants down often. Because he always goes for these trades. Always. Darien will always trade. He always plays for... Like, this is his undoing, right? He always plays for the greatest possible advantage. Which team is red? Blue is Crusaders. Red is... Falcons. Red is Falcons. That was a kill. It just panned away immediately. Uh-oh, this is the one person that we said can't get picked, or is most likely to get picked in team fights, who now doesn't have a flash. They're pinging Seraphine flash. Guys, you were joking when you said two of the same champion in lane, but they just pinged the wrong one. Shit. Spending his flash on that. Oh, but we had... Wait, is that a situation where Ram Awaken makes sense? Bear Awaken, Jesus, wait. Okay, yeah, no, it's still Phoenix Weird.
There are two sides to every issue. My side and the wrong. A professional is rocked by precision.
Because I was just trying to figure out does Udyr need damage? Yeah. Okay, yeah, it is what it is. We're not gonna figure that one out by watching the same situation over and over. I mean, we could if we really wanted to meticulously calculate all the damage available, but I don't care to do that right now. I'd rather pick my Ram stances off instinct and just be bad. I wish they were able to, like, specially code Udyr so this was actually his passive. Wouldn't that be nice? If Awaken cooldown was up here instead of Phoenix? Yeah, Lindblom's popping off. There's such a tremendous top gap in this game. There's a top gap. There should be a mid gap, but Darian's getting caught, so... Okay. So then, yeah, it just feels like they're stronger in every way. They're not stronger in bot lane yet, but oh. Seraphine doesn't have ult. Oh my god, would the Ram Awaken have actually made a difference then? Did Becky using Bear Awaken rather than Ram Awaken to nullify the last Nautilus ult indirectly kill Sona? No, not now! Aw, okay. This one might be sketchy. Darien just spent his cooldowns to kill Nautilus and is now still clicking forwards. Yeah, you can't do right there, buddy. You know what would be, like, the most content possible? I want to see Sean hit silver so he's eligible for VAD. I think that would be so funny. He is silver! Oh, fuck! He's eligible. I mean, I don't think he would enjoy playing a draft league. I think he would rather play a pre-made league, but how funny would it be putting him in a draft league? Yeah. He would pick his engaged junglers, he would full send it, and he would take his last place and enjoy it. Oh, man. Okay, so the Seraphine farm isn't amazing, and she should have Mythic by now. Is there money in it? Actually, I think there is a little bit of money in it. Okay, maybe he might Giga Tryhard then. I actually don't think Lindboom dies here. Oh, the CC chain was a little... Yeah. Yeah. Well, you don't need more. This is a decent intro league Prisma, but the problem is like your rank is low right now, right? So it would definitely be tricky. I'm still trying to find a silver pre-made league for you, but they all start in like February, so. And nobody likes running IBS leagues because there's so many Smurfs to deal with. So like your administration has to be super good. Yeah, I know. You're Darian's got to stop just pressing W like that. I know he's going for the auto attack, but he's trying to kill Victor, but I don't think he's thinking too much about who's around him. Darian might watch this back later, so if he does, I just want to remind him, because we're talking about patience, we're talking about micro objectives, right? Your literal only job this game, Darian, is, as a team fight is breaking out, kill Victor. You don't need to kill him any other time. You've already cemented your lead. You're already going to win this game. You don't have to take risks. So you just wait for that situation. That is literally your only job. Is it? I guess that's not too surprising. Oh. Yeah, Wolfen just walks up and eats the ultimate. Okay, so the most vulnerable members have their flashes down again, which is real bad. No, it's absolutely Bommy's Dark Seal. Or Bommy's Boots. Because I'm assuming this is from the jungler's perspective, right? Then the Bommies is too important for clear speed. Also, generally, resistances without health do nothing. Because resistances contribute to effective HP, but in order for them to actually factor into effective HP, you have to have HP. So that's why you never see supports rushing their Aegis in Locket. Or if you do, they're making a mistake because they're too squishy for it. Actually, there's a Drake. Hold on, I'm gonna like pause this and watch the setup. So no, I can't think of a single situation where you would want Aegis first. I mean, it's even why if you're rushing Frozen Heart, you sometimes see in top lane Bommies into Frozen Heart, because if they just have the armor mana and all that, it doesn't do too much. Top laners get away with rushing some resistance items because their health pools are massive compared to everyone else. But like, yeah, if you're on stunted income because you're a jungler or a support or something like that. Oh, also because they're not just buying resistances, they're buying items with passives, right? Steel Caps, Warden's Mail, Hex Drinker. Aegis of the Legion doesn't really have anything but the stats on it. So no, as far as I know, there was no situation in which you would buy Aegis there. We have a Drake setup. Sona's not ready for it. Seraphine is not ready for it. So it literally is coming down to whatever Zed can do and like an Udyr steal. This isn't ideal because Falcons shouldn't be in a position to have control of this, and they're actually afraid. That's an accidental ram stance right there. Okay, so now they have Lindboom on the side. They need Zed on the side. Ah, they're just scared. They were trying to burst it down before people showed up, but the others exerted too much pressure, and uh-oh, we forgot to draft the damage. Oh no. Yeah, no worries, man. Oh no. You greedy fuck. This doesn't seem great. I know, that's... There are so few ways for Falcons back into the game, but... It's why I am absolutely terrified every time Darian locks in an assassin. Because... Do you remember in the first game we watched today? It was Darian's Victor, and I kept saying, like, he's just walking up. This is a problem. We're like, well, yeah, but no one can punish him. He's in a good spot. Like, his Victor's strong. And then still, he found a situation where he had to flash out and it got his backline killed. Like, they were running the exact same enchanter duo. It's like, he just gets greedy. He just wants to kill shit constantly. I'm trying to help him. He's aware of the mindset problem. He's like, yeah, I've got it instilled in me that I must carry as hard as possible every single time. And if someone is making any mistake, that should be punished. But then he just reads into mistakes when there aren't any, or like refuses to accept when he has a winning outcome, like that, right? He burned stopwatch, and he could have just backed off and recalled and gotten a better fight, and that's fine. But he didn't take that. He wanted to kill, because you shouldn't be allowed to stand here. I'm Zed. I wonder who that could be. We are... Unironically, I don't even think Seraphine has to do damage this game. This might be a double Moonstone bot lane game. Becky's a bit extended, but they're just waiting for their backup. Seraphine is not here, Zed is not here, no one has TP. They actually can't fight this. This is like... The fact that Ashe ult missed is a miracle because they must play for pick, right? They're spread out 3 wide. They're playing for 3 lanes right now, which they're kind of allowed to do because they're so strong, because no one can answer Darian. This is the best place for Darian to be. I just don't like that they're playing top instead of mid, although I guess they're kind of set up for a 1-3-1 right now. But I would prefer to see Camille move towards mid lane with everyone else as they're attacking bots. Yeah, if Camille... They're choosing Baron. They're choosing Baron. Okay, that makes sense. I started to think, like, I was tunneling too hard on how to play, like, the specific lanes. But this makes sense. Wow, that was a lot of damage. See? Lindblum backs off and gets a lot out of it. Darian would not. Darian would not back off. Darian would be dead right now. He's going to finish off Ashe, but he needs to... They flipped it. Just kill everyone, though. Just kill everyone. It's possible. It's possible to kill everyone. Is there a Serilda's? No? Ah. They flipped it. Wait, why are they burning it? They win every fight ever. Why are they burning it? Huh. And the enemy escapes with every ultimate up for Crusaders. Damn. Nautilus has to take a recall. Oh, never mind. We're killing Nautilus. See? Look at him. It doesn't matter that Nautilus has to take a recall. He needs to be dead. Darian is built different. I actually would not have hated the Sona ultimate. Looks like they layered it pretty poorly. Zed can't TP in, but the Scion TP can't matter. What the hell was that? The Victor's dead, at least. The only remaining threat is Viego, so everyone has to shift to Viego. They are good target selection. Sona can finish him off, I think. Sona just flashed in. And lost him. Okay, beautiful. It is Soul for the, I mean, yeah, there's not much more to say. I don't really have to pay too much attention at this point because you can call it draft gap because it's so impossible for anyone to move in here. I mean, what flank pressure does... Yeah, they don't have any flank pressure. It's just pick. They have to pick. They have to pick, and they have picked no one for the entire game. They have not picked off anybody. They found like 1 kill on the Seraphine and 1 kill on the Sona bot lane. I don't remember what the other kill on the Seraphine was. Darien completely disconnected from his teammates. Thank goodness he didn't try to fight that. But... Now, I don't know if I'm biased because I know him. I don't think I would ever be, like, focusing on a certain player like this much. I would just say, oh, that was an awful play by Zed or something. I mean, that's... This time it actually is a kill match, though. Not anymore. Too far away. Too close to turret. Just depends on what they want to spend their resources on. Honestly, Ashe probably isn't even worth the kills. It is Kraken Ashe. She is worth killing. We're basing while we have this set up? That doesn't feel very good. I wonder if it's Cyrilda's in 1 gold. No, just a Caulfield's. Okay, well... That stuffed the tempo quite a bit. But Zed at this point isn't even necessary. It's double enchanter from here. It's double enchant. I'm gonna watch as they kill Scion, I'm gonna watch as they push away. I'm gonna speed it up, and we're just gonna kind of watch the game end slowly. Although they're sailing across 3 waves and not actually breaking through. Oh, that is the weakness of their comp, isn't it? Oh, that's the weakness. They don't have any, like, actual siege. Yeah, I know. We genuinely don't need these kills. So it looks like this is a Baron reliant comp. I guess that is true. The more melee you are, the more Baron reliant you are. I better write that down because I can say it and then I'll forget. Melee equals Baron reliance. They know you're here. He's in an awful spot, but I'm sure he's actually going to be able to get out. Dazzle him! Okay, that was clean. That one was clean. Now they actually might be able to... I mean, it looks like Becky wants the Baron. It looks like Becky's trying to solo the Baron, actually. The comp can't siege at all. Unless Seraphine can hit, but she's not going to do a ton of damage to it. It's a 10k lead. Do not flip! For the love of God, don't flip. What? Okay, they didn't have information. They didn't have any way of getting information on it. So he just turbo flipped it. And now they can break through to end. Lindblum has TP. Actually wouldn't mind seeing him base and TP right back to bot lane so they can play bot mid. And so they can pressure these turrets and get the inhibs before... they shouldn't be pushing it right now. But I guess Udyr is, like, genuinely unkillable. tank protect W? Okay. And while they're busy killing Darien, you end the game. Beautiful. No, guys, you don't need to kill Scion. It's okay. I promise you. Yeah, there. So, yeah, I mean, the story of that game is pretty simple. Falcons needed picks. Didn't find them. Although we had a funny little guy there who was, really trying to get kills. Funny little guy. Well, I did learn a lot about fiestas. I learned about fiestas. I also learned that I don't need perfect focus to make a good point as long as I'm paying attention to the right things. So, that's good. What are the big ones? We made a point about making plays mid lane. We're checking support first. There's something to investigate. I need to look into the frequency of objective trades when junglers start on the opposite side of the map. We learned some stuff about bait and punish comps. We learned some stuff about poke. We watched in practice like the reason you don't blind pick shit like Brahmin and Nivea. Melee comps are Baron reliant, of course. I feel like I knew that at one point, but now I like actually know it and I can like add it to my knowledge base. And we have 3 ways of comebacks. That being cheese, combo, and cross map. 3 C's of comebacks. I know we love alliteration here. So. Beautiful. That's a lot of good information. That's a lot of good practice. Now, the one thing that I am still missing, the big question that came from today, how do you analyze a draft when both players have completely dissonant comps? Both teams have completely dissonant comps. I think the secret is attributes. I want to share something with you guys today. So, I am a believer that learning other competitive games helps you in your main game. I genuinely believe that. There are transferable concepts. So today, for the first time ever, I'd like to introduce you to my Legends of Runeterra OneNote, where most recently I went through all the Shurima cards and I tried with my limited knowledge to figure out how good they were and when you would want to use them and stuff like that. The article I'm looking for is this right here, the fundamental deck archetypes. Because it's going to be... there's 3 things I want to learn, 3 games I really want to study to help me get better at League long-term. Legends of Runeterra, Valorant, and Super Smash Bros. Those are the 3 games I want to invest some time into at some point, learning the concepts from those genres and bringing them back. This right here is very big. This archetype thing, huge for my understanding, because actually what I ended up producing was... I think I showed this on stream once. You can place all of the different types of team comps in League of Legends on this. If you'll excuse me for just a moment. What do we have here? I have... Where did I put it? Where did I save it? Oh, it's probably just in the middle of my pictures folder somewhere, unsorted. Yeah, here it is, here it is. The first draft of this, all the league team comps fit, right? You just replace combo with team fights, and you start to see everything, like how it comes together. These are the different team comps that I'm aware of that exist in League of Legends. But these are archetypes. And if you have something that doesn't quite follow an archetype, like you have a pile, which is another card game concept, right? You can have a deck that is just a pile, a good stuff deck. It just has good cards in it, and they have a shit ton of win conditions, and they go in different directions, but they're all good, and they all work together well enough that it exists. It is a deck. It doesn't quite fit here, right? It doesn't fit. So that's when you have to look at the attributes. I recognize that attributes must exist in a league composition, because if your deck archetype like this, if a deck has attributes and archetypes, that's something I learned, that's something I kind of developed researching card games. It's not all me, obviously, but like it made me realize, I read like a Magic the Gathering article, it made me realize if attributes exist and archetypes exist, and decks are analogs to team compositions, then the attributes must exist in a team comp. I just have to figure out what those attributes are. So my question that I started this with, how do you analyze a team comp if it's completely dissonant on its theme? If it just seems to go in all different directions? If it is a pile? It has to be attributes. It has to be. I just need to know what they are. I just need to come up with attributes. It's going to require me to really deeply understand every champion. Damn it. So that's the big question that was raised from today, and that's the way we're going to generate the solution. That's just going to be a research project that takes time. I'll consider doing it on stream. I might end up doing more research on stream. Speaking of, I don't know for sure what I'm going to do for the rest of the night. I can't be up too much longer, but I am in a period where I just had a bad emotional night, like for a few days in a row. So that means my sleep schedule is a bit disrupted, so I can't go to bed early. Which means I have time, right? So what does that mean? Does that mean we stay and do a little bit of research on stream, or does that mean it's best for me to just relax and find something kind of for fun? I was gonna do a research stream at some point, but ASAP? Probably not ASAP. Minecraft is an option, actually. Huh. It's actually an option. Yeah, because there's no research I need, like, ASAP. I think the most pressing thing for me would be, like, I need the most pressing thing, now that purpose statements have been done for a while, the most pressing thing is that every champion has a team composition section, and their matchups are defined by a key point. Right. I just don't know what prep I need. What prep do I need? I'm not in full diamond. I'm actually pretty vulnerable to damage. I have a good bow. I could be a support in that fight, in the Ender Dragon fight. Like, I could be setting up water. I could be gathering items. I could be using my bow. Because I don't have to do the DPS, right? Not necessarily. Excuse me for a moment. Maybe it is just caving. Maybe we do figure out my role. Yeah, fuck it. There's no league research I need right away. Do I have water? I have water. Yep. Okay. I'm going to set things up here, guys. Let's play some Minecraft.